This is Surrey County Cricket Club, born in a tavern in 1845. The symbol of Kennington, we've seen London grow around us. Cricket's original champions, as Charles Alcock brought his vision to life and we cemented a reputation as a place of firsts. International football, FA Cup finals, international rugby, test matches, as well as where English pride came to die, before a great rivalry was born from its ashes. We share our feathers with royalty and pass on the honour of the brown cap through generations. We've seen England's best spend their careers with us.
Well, that's Jack Hobbs. Head and shoulders, yes, over all other living batsmen.
Good morning, everyone.
And the game's best finish under our gasometer. We've won 7 in a row thanks to Surridge, May, Barrington, Locke, Laker and the Benson twins. In fact, we're well known for our famous siblings. But there's always been one family who've stood out. We saw the West Indies grip a nation on our doorstep, and a pioneer set records galore in the women's game. The end of the century brought a fresh take on Ik Dien, as Holyoake and his England teammates transformed us on the pitch. The changing of the oval skyline brought the greatest of finales.
There it is. England have regained the ashes.
And an era of final test triumphs.
Alistair Cook has done it. A century in his last. Well played.
On our way to our own red ball century. We're one half of the game's oldest rivalry and its only London derby.
Can you clear the pavilion?
Local players are always the lifeblood of our side. But the world's best are attracted to us too. We've come through tragedies. Now we're home to world champions and cricketers of the year. 175 years have passed. There's much more to come. This is Surrey County Cricket Club, heart of London, pride of the county, the grandest stage in world cricket.
We need a second chance, both here in the UK and around the world.
Welcome to the Kia Oval for Day 2 of Surrey and Northants, the penultimate round of this 2023 County Championship season. Adam Collins with you, Phil Walker to my left as we await the resumption. Northants was sent in yesterday under leaden skies. A beautiful morning here in South London, which belies the forecast ahead of us, which will include a bit of rain later in the day. 171 for 6. The visitors made it to by the close. It was Surrey's day with the ball. They maybe didn't quite make the most of the first session, Phil, but through that middle stanza, after some rain and some bad light, they really took hold.
Yeah, they did. Tom Laws in particular is a real game changer for Surrey these days, and he came off the back of an excellent spell by Dan Worrell, who really set the tone for that afternoon shindig. Nonetheless, I thought Northants deserved a lot of credit.
Yep.
Came into this one on a downer after what happened the week before against Warwickshire, when they both contrived fairly and legitimately to try and force a result. And at one point, it looked like Northants were going to get over the line to keep themselves in the scrap, to stay up. That just went against them, but nonetheless, they turned up here yesterday, and I thought they showed real gumption and a bit of grit. Began with Hassan Azad, who not an innings that will live long in the memory from an aesthetic point of view, but 48 very good runs, very, very useful, and set the platform for the middle order, of which, of course, Karen Nair is the standout star. Now, he resumes this morning 51.
He brought up his half
yes,
century with a square drive just before we were taken off for bad light yesterday.
Exactly, in that slightly peculiar, murky period when we were in and out, off and on, due to the light meters. Nonetheless, he resumes this morning, and so that will be an intriguing subplot within this one. Can he hold the lower order together, get Northants up to somewhere around 250, 270, perhaps 100 from here? be interesting to see how it plays out. Very big morning session, not least because the afternoon is looking a little bit murky.
And every point counts for Northants at the moment, so getting to at least 250 at the start of those batting points will be noteworthy. In terms of the wickets for Surrey, 3 for Laws, 1 for Overton, 1 for Worrell and 1 for Clark. Let's take a look at yesterday's highlights where Northants finished at 171 for 6. Nice movement, well worked. It's well played by Gay. Safely in the gap.
It's a lovely cut
That's
shot.
well worked, really well worked. Out towards the beds to stand for 4. Just waited on it. It's been a feature of his play across the first hour or so this morning. Down the leg side, yep. Helps it on its way, and Ben Folkes makes that look easy.
That's nicely played. It's going to run away to the boundary for 4. Too short, but too wide. And straight away, Proctor capitalises on Surrey's misfortune. Edge gone. And it is Overton with the catch.
Worrell back into the attack. First ball driven. Kiranaya out towards the rope. Just gorgeous timing. Barely hit it. Shot. Might have taken some pace off it in his follow through, but it won't matter. Kiranaya, his third boundary, up to 15 as we near lunch. Up to 72 for 2 Northants as well.
Nicely played, angled bat, all deliberate, played down into the ground. Played it right under his eyes. Make that 2 in 2.
It's really well played.
Shot. That is a lovely, elegant shot from Azad, who's looking in alarmingly good nick here. That's a fine shot. It's dug out a very full delivery there from Roach. It's going to run up to the boundary in front of the pavilion for 4. Now that's been flicked away in the air for a while, out towards deep backward square. It's going to be 4. For a while, Dan Worrell didn't pick that up down at long leg.
That is a little tittle down the leg side. And he has to go, just too shy of a half century. It's been a long old vigil by Hassan Azad, but he has to go for 48 from 151.
Nice little steer here from Keogh to at last get off the mark, and does so with a boundary. It's been hard going. We've done a lot right. Edged and taken at second slip. First ball of Laws knew over, back of a length, and Keogh should have been letting it go, couldn't help himself. Oh, has he found the edge? Yes, he has. Overton back into the attack and straight into the book.
Beautiful shot, that one. Over pitched again from Laws, but he's picked up a couple of wickets today. Oh, he's got him. Straight through. McManus, he's not looked, well, comfortable out there. I'm not totally surprised, and Surrey have picked up their second bonus bowling point. It's Tom Laws again. And to play shots like that, absolutely splendid shot that. That's a fine shot from Broad. Tell you, despite the roughing up he got at Overton's hands, he's moving nicely into the ball here, is Broad.
Glorious shot. Square drive from Kiranaya. Takes him beyond 50 as well. In tough conditions late in the day. They've been tough throughout with lights on here at the Kia Oval. He's played some really nice shots. That might be the best of them. As we wait for the resumption on what has become a sunny morning, 171 for 6. Kiranaya will resume on 51 from 109 deliveries. He's got Justin Broad for company back in the side this week. 7 not out from 18. The other score that you mentioned before, Phil, was Hassan Azad, the opening bat, made 48 from 151 deliveries. He put on an important 55-run stand for the third wicket, just to stabilise things after a couple of quick wickets before lunch, but wickets falling before either side actually of the bad light delay at 132, 138 and 151, which means that Surrey have the chance to press home the advantage, and from their perspective, if they can finish this nice and quickly and get in and get cracking, it might help as far as the rain that's expected later.
It's an intriguingly set up game, really. I was going to say day, but I think that would be overly optimistic. Nonetheless, by the way, on the weather, there is some conjecture in the box. There's some people claiming it's going to hove in from 2 o'clock, others saying that we'll get down to tea. One thing we can be relatively sure of is that we're not going to get a full day, but nonetheless, the weather's improving for tomorrow and for Friday.
Yep.
So the onus is on Surrey here. They need, as you say, to knock over these final 4 and then get cracking. And time, as much as Northants' resilience will be against them, I think, in this game. They know what they need to do because Essex have rattled along at Chelmsford, and of course we're only 40 miles east from here, so there's not an enormous amount of difference with the weather patterns, and trust me, I've been looking. Chelmsford, weather-wise, is reflecting South London today, so both teams will be keeping more than half an eye out on each other, and Essex rattled along yesterday 310 for 6, having been struggling a little bit at one point, 14 for 2 and then 5 down for 130 odd. So they've done very well, Essex, to get up to 310 for 6. They'll be looking to push on to try and break that 400 barrier within the allotted overs to pick up 4 batting points, and Surrey, of course, need to knock over these 6 quick as possible to pick up maximum bowling points.
I think Essex will have a crack at 450. I can't see any scenario where they don't from where they are.
They'll give it a go. They'll give it a go. They did lose Rossington, who is their danger man, just at the death last night, but Critchley's still in. Harmer can swing the bat at number 8. There's a lovely bit of interplay between these two clubs. There's a healthy competition between the two of them. Dan Lawrence, of course, is making that move across London from one side to the other for the start of next year. That adds another element of intrigue, I suppose, to that rivalry between the two. And as Dan Norcross said yesterday, probably the dominant teams of the last few years across the domestic setup. And Surrey inching ahead. It's a huge couple of weeks in the context of that little rivalry.
Without wanting to be too introspective, how about the razzle-dazzle with the camera we've got up here at the moment, the camera that's out there on the field with the players? So think how far streaming's come in the last few seasons since you talk about that period of dominance between Essex and Surrey. Well, that's been a time that's been sent back through YouTube and around to everybody. And today we are using this camera for the first time here at the Kia Oval.
Yeah, we keep just moving this story along. It's really... I mean, it sounds like we almost have a vested interest here, Adam, but it's undoubtedly revolutionising the way that people access county cricket, and there's no two ways about that. Hopefully the whole story continues to grow, not just here, of course, but across all the other 17 as well, and it really is changing the complexion of the county game. We are learning more than we've ever known before about county players and the makeup of county teams, young players coming through. Before it used to be word of mouth.
Yep.
And if you had the fortune to be able to get down to your local club, well, now you can see it at the click of a button.
Yeah, if you were reading the box scores in the newspaper or a couple of 200-word, wire reports on your game, that was your lot. But now you can watch it all in real time. We're privileged to be here at the Kia Oval ahead of day 2, so they finally crossed the rope, the players. That seems to be a bit of a thing here at the Oval, where players gather beneath the beds to stand at the steps there in the shade and take some time before entering the field of play. But they're there now, and we're not far away from play resuming. Annoying in a way that they'll probably start 1 minute late, having been held down there and penned down there until about 30 seconds ago. But we're nearly ready to roll, and it looks like it'll be Dan Worrell who gets first. Well, Dan Worrell will complete his over, I should say. He bowled 4 deliveries in his 17th last night before bad light intervened once and for all.
He was majestic, Adam, yesterday, I thought. And we've come to expect it. He's an unshowy cricketer. He's the kind of cricketer you dream of having in your team, and he's an inspired acquisition, really, by Surrey, because he's available across all the formats. He seems immune to injury and age, and his skill level is test class without a shadow of a doubt.
So they've got Dan Worrell and Kemar Roach at their disposal. Roach only bowled 13 overs yesterday in a rain and light affected day, so 13 out of 64. Jamie Overton only bowled 6.5. He was held up by a groin strain early on, but bounced back, returned later and picked up the wicket of Saif Zaib. And then Jordan Clark, who's been immense this year, along with Worrell, leading the wickets for Surrey.
This could happen quite quickly this morning, I feel. This game ambled along somewhat yesterday.
All right, so Broad to face the first ball. Worrell here. Day 2 begins. Straight away, rears up, hits the glove.
There's a carbon copy of the delivery that got us finally done last night.
Yeah.
Reared up, took the bottom hand of Justin Broad and popped up into that short leg area. No one under the lid as we speak. But again, signs of perhaps a little bit of up and down bounce as well. Necessarily a little bit of life in this track, of course. Surrey have to force the issue.
Has been all year, hasn't there? Bowling on day 1. This has been the day to bat, day 2 into day 3. Although day 2 was where the carnage played out against Warwickshire here a couple of weeks ago. 23 wickets in a day, where Surrey lost their lower order and bowled out Warwickshire 1.5 times by the close, and some. Nicely played, Kieran Naya. So much will rest on his shoulders today as far as getting them up to that point of credibility, which we could say, ballpark might be 250 or something like that. Just a psychological barrier of getting a point on the board as well for Northants, if they can get to that point.
I thought it was fascinating to watch him yesterday because he's just dipping his toe in county cricket.
Yeah.
He's been here a week and a bit. He made a sparkling 78 in a low scorer against Warwickshire. He rode his luck initially yesterday. He played a couple of shots that you would play with your eyes closed in India, when you just let the hands flow through the ball. Well, this is England, I'm afraid, when it swings late and it darts and it nips. Nonetheless, he got into his work, and I thought he looked in good control of himself and the situation across the second half of his 51 not out overnight. And as you say, it all rests on him, really. It'd be interesting to see how he goes if they do lose another couple and he's batting with the real tail, if he opens up on a touch or not. We shall see.
He'll have to get greedy here, I reckon, Kieran Naya. Just make sure that he's the one that bats the whole way through. So Clark gets first opportunity, pavilion end. Of course, the 3 slips behind Broad. Balls continue to move around, even if it is into its 65th over. But yeah, with Kieran Naya, we touched on it yesterday. He's played so little first-class cricket in India over the last 3 or 4 seasons, since the pandemic lockdowns really, that coming over here and making a mark, albeit in a brief stint, maybe he gets a contract next year. Maybe at the back of this they go, right, we'll go with this guy and we'll give him the full year in 2024, and that can be where a player who's now into his 30s can start to build a case against the red ball that he is capable of returning to test ranks.
Yeah, well, I was talking about this with the journalist Mel Farrell actually as we departed the ground last night, and it's a massive shot in the arm, I think, not just for English county cricket, red ball cricket, but for red ball cricket full stop, that we're seeing this influx of Indian cricketers coming over here looking to remember what it's like to hit the red ball. Karen there has hardly played red ball cricket in recent years. But if you're 31 and a bit and you're averaging 50 across your first class career, and you've got a triple test 100 in your back pocket, then of course you're thinking, where is the hub of red ball cricket in the world? Where can I feel that bat and ball again? Feel the different rhythms that only red ball cricket can offer me? And also, of course, in the back of his mind, he'll be thinking, well, I'm still only 30, 31. You have Rahane still playing at 36. You never know. His record stacks up. And as the game becomes more stratified, white ball cricket, red ball cricket, perhaps he'll have an eye not just on India, but also on developing a career over here. Good luck to him.
Here we saw Yunad take all those wickets last week down at Hove. He's a guy who's had a career a decade ago, only just got back into Indian calculations over the last 12 months or so, played a test match in Bangladesh over Christmas. But, it can't be coincidental that there are so many players arriving here to take advantage of this September window. How you describe it is the hub. That's the benefit of having 18 first-class counties, of course. Good from Clark, back of a length, bit of movement. Kuranaya might have just pulled inside the line at the last moment. But yeah, you couldn't do this in Australia. Now, I think you should. I think there should be more overseas players in other domestic first-class comps, but the culture of those tournaments is such that you don't see it too often. England is the place where you go if you want to get more red ball cricket under your belt, because there are so many opportunities, Division 1, Division 2.
And on the other end of the spectrum, you have a lad here at squarish deep third, who's 21. Made 96 in the IPL final, has the world at his feet. And what's he doing? He's putting his hand up to come over late summer England and test the waters over here to try and develop his game across the board. And that's the key point, because you could easily funnel yourself as a young Indian starlet into white ball cricket and say, there's my nest egg, thanks very much. But if you have real ambition, then you do what this kid's doing.
He gave a really interesting answer when I interviewed him last week on the Final Word podcast, where I asked him about his broader interests. Age 21, hanging out in London for a month, and he basically said to me, I have no other interest at the moment, for I am a young cricketer who's trying to make it across 3 formats. There's no time. I net, and I did watch him net. I went down onto the ground and watched him have a session with Gareth Batty and Alex Stewart, at least 10 or so minutes watching him do his thing, and it's inescapable, those comparisons to Lara with the high backlift. Although the one that gets cited more often, including by Gary Kirsten, who's coached him in the IPL. Kirsten's a massive fan. I spoke to Kirsten about him. So he's Mike Hussey. That's his reference point. He thinks he's got all the determination and grit to play a long career, and his obsession with the game, on improving, and on being not only a white ball player but a red ball one as well. And of course Hussey managed that balance as well as anyone.
It reflects very well on him, Adam, that he's here, I think.
And interesting, just how much Kirsten rates him as well. And you'd expect that jumps out off the surface from Worrell again. More movement or more action happening from our Vauxhall end. He's playing with Kirsten in the IPL, where he's his coach, but Kirsten's got the bigger picture at heart as well, rather, and he knows, having been part of the Indian setup, having been one of their most successful, if not their most successful coach, taking them to #1 in the world at Test level, the World Cup win in 2011. He sees the bigger picture in Indian cricket and gets why it's so important that he gets the chance to dominate as a red ball player too.
Well, he's a good one to have in your camp, Gary Kirsten. I've interviewed him a few times, and he has a great kind of conscientiousness, I think, for the game. Truly cares, gets the complexities of the landscape. He has a very successful coaching clinic or program, if you like, out in Cape Town. I know David Milan, among many others, swear by his coaching expertise. So, as I say, he's a good one to have in your camp.
He's got the academy now as well in South Africa, which is helping in parts of the community that have less access to elite coaching. So he's got a brain, but he's got a heart as well, Gary Kirsten. He understands the importance of growing the game wherever he can. Oh, so good from Worrell. Just does it all day long, doesn't he? So I think the angled run up, the side-on approach, using the width of the crease as he does, and having this as a stock delivery. We'll watch it back here, angling, and you've got to play that line. There's nothing you can do as a right-hander, but you have to play that line if you're broad. You can't let it go, because the variation that Worrell has is the nip backer that'll hit his off stump from that length.
If you hit that, you're getting Player of the Year straight away, in the form of your life.
Good again to finish. A maiden for Worrell. He's bowled 18 overs, 1 for 37, which doesn't reflect just how good he's been. 175 for 6. Northants having added 4 runs this morning. A couple each for Kuranaya, Justin Broad.
Such is the relentlessness of Surrey's pace attack that it's easier said than done if Karen Nair does end up batting with 9-10 Jack. Just changing tempo like that, it's harder to do really than to say, and he'll be up against it, I think.
3 slips for Clark.
He reminds me so much of, I said it yesterday, so much of Rohit Sharma. Not quite as much flourish and certainty in the shot, but the mannerisms and the body language. Slightly shorter, more compact player, of course, but even the way he leaves the ball with a sort of slight hint of contemptuousness for it, and then when he leans on those shots through the offside, is very Sharma-esque.
Coming from you, that's quite the comparison, given you swoon over Rohit Sharma like few other players in the world.
It's the economy of movement that really marks out the good players, I find. And increasingly now, actually, we went through a stage where players were very pronounced in their trigger movements. Less so now. I think there's been a change in the prevailing coaching attitudes, and players are now a little bit more still in their shots and in their decision making, and Karen Nair has that kind of stillness at the crease, a la Rohit Sharma. Not quite as good, obviously.
Gets one here. It's worked past the man at third slip. Yeah, there was that period of time when the orthodoxy in England was to get in line with the off stump, or even the fourth stump line, to deal with the nip backer. So you were being hit on the pad outside the line of the off stump. There was a big conversation piece around this 2021, I'd say, 2020, 2021, where Sky focused on it quite a lot in games they were covering in the championship that season when the IPL was called off, and there was a lot more county cricket coverage on the main Sky channel. Remember Mike Atherton was a big part of this, Mark Butcher as well. And England had that dreadful performance at Edgbaston. You and I were doing that test for radio, Phil, where they were bowled out for about 110 in their second innings and looked completely, I mean, they looked so far off the mark that it wasn't funny. And the dismissals in that innings, a number of them where batters were going all the way across to the off stump, and it's Ted Dexterism, isn't it, to bat next to the ball.
Indeed. Alongside the ball.
Alongside the ball.
Yep.
And maybe there has been a shift in that direction again. You know, we see with coaching philosophies, you tend to go from one extreme to the other. When Silverwood took over the England team, it was all about how do we get to 400. This England team under Bayliss doesn't bat for full days often, doesn't reach 400 often. How do we tick that box? And for a year or so, they were doing that pretty consistently. And then that didn't work, and we've gone to the Brendan McCullum regime, which is about as far away from attritional batting for a day as you can get. But even, I guess my point is, for specialist coaching, in this case opening the batting in the top order, whether going across the stumps in England to mitigate the risk of Darren Stevens, let's say. I mean, that's probably a bad example in Division 1, but you know what I'm trying to say.
For sure.
And whether we've moved into a different phase where that's been put to one side and you run the gauntlet and run the risk of the nip backer in favour of having a better chance of surviving outside the off stump.
Exactly, and there's so many layers to this, one of which, of course, is result pitches in county cricket across the board, and that feeds the preponderance of medium pacers, medium fast, very skillful bowlers, not much pace, and the kinds of bowlers that you wouldn't necessarily see on test match tracks, but who get so much movement that batters, and I remember Ollie Pope talking about this actually, because he became right in the eye of the storm of this culture war, if you like.
Kept falling over, didn't he?
Yeah, and his theory was, well, you have to try and eliminate one side at least, and so you might become an LBW candidate, but at least if you're batting on off stump, then you know where your off stump is, and you can leave it outside off stump. So you might be susceptible to the nip backer for sure, but you have to at least eliminate one side because the ball was doing all sorts. Shot
just down the ground. Talk about that economy of movement, Phil. Well, that's what we saw there from Kiran Nair. May not quite reach the rope. No, it does. Well played, Kiran Nair. Up to 58 with a boundary. That is the 10th time he's found the rope in his innings of 58.
He's starting to enjoy himself. Got that sense last night for the last hour or so. He's in order. He's enjoying his game. I mean, any batter with a pulse enjoys batting here at the Kia Oval, of course. But he's very easy on the eye here. And again, it elevates the whole scene, doesn't it?
How does Worrell respond with the bumper, predictably?
And there were certain coaches as well, freelance batting coaches and batting coaches affiliated to certain counties and even the ECB who became quite trenchant in their views about batting technique and the value of opening up your stance to open up the leg side. And you saw that filter into certain players, one or two players playing in this particular game indeed. And now it's shifted back again, I think, somewhat. Certainly, aforementioned Athers and Butcher were very, very much on this one, and they brought themselves into the debate. And that notion of batting on off stump with an open-chested stance, accessing mid-on and mid-wicket is all very well, of course, but then how do you access extra cover? And that was the fundamental question. And I think there's been a change in attitudes and a reversion back to the more classical orthodoxy. Somebody like Dom Sibley, who's looked in really good order this year. There was more going on technically in his first iteration as an England cricketer than there is now. And he looks in better order as a consequence. He still has his idiosyncrasies, he has his own way of doing things for sure, but technique and technical theory had almost overtaken him, I think, in his early period as an England cricketer. He looks in better order now. Another good example, I hate to wang on about this.
Just going to completely over here. So
Sure.
68 gone, 181 for 6, and Kieran Nair retains the strike with a single to deep backward point, 59 for him.
Interviewed Daniel Lawrence, soon of this parish. I might have mentioned that already this morning. He was going through a rough trot. It was the 2021 season.
Yep.
And he wasn't really getting anywhere. And in August, he just stopped the trigger. And his trigger was to go back and across, quite pronounced, and open up the stance, a bit like a boxer. So you feel like you can lean back and forth, open up the leg side, and he wasn't getting anywhere, and he kept getting triggered, and he kept nicking off. And so he stopped literally overnight, stopped the trigger completely. He found himself to be more side onto the ball and more still in the shot, and he had more control of his weight transference. And then he reeled off 300s in the final month of the season, one against Surrey, incidentally. And then got him onto a Lions tour, and then an England cap a couple of months later. And so there's full of these examples. Ollie Pope is another one. He's moved himself across, slightly more side on, looks a better player for it. There will be more debates around this, of course. This is the beauty of it.
Well, the nadir of that stretch was Hobart, a test that I covered, and it was just an appalling 3 days, really. There was not much to write home about. I mean, I loved being at Belrive Oval for a test match, don't get me wrong, but the competitive balance wasn't really there, with the exception of when Mark Wood was involved. He bowled really well in that test match, but England being bowled out twice in about 100 odd overs, if that, and the second time around, Pope being bowled round his legs, I reckon it was, when he slipped over. That seemed to typify the discussion about where batters were setting up and so on. And maybe the very fact that McCullum reportedly doesn't allow for any discussion around technique in his parish, that if you talk about batting techniques, you can talk about your golf swing, but not about the way you bat. That's fine-tuned elsewhere. And when you walk into that England dressing room, your focus is on just doing what you already do, not about tweaking, I suppose is the better way of putting it, and leaving the technical stuff to the pathway, I suppose, or to the way through. Read a really good piece in the Guardian yesterday by Jonathan Liu, which was about this in the football management context around Ange Postecoglou, and saying that, sometimes you need a preacher. I think the word he used was, you need a pastor. You need someone to kind of bang the drum and tell the story, and that obviously has been what McCullum's been able to do. He's been able to tell them, take them on a journey with them, but it's not about technique.
Mm-hmm.
And whether that's just freed up someone like Pope. Square drive for one, and look, we're retrofitting narrative around results, I suppose, to an extent here, but in Pope's case, watching him flourish under McCullum. I wonder how much of that is that he's been able to divorce the technical tweaks from the end product.
Yep. Crawley, of course, is probably the poster boy for this.
Yep.
You know, some glaring idiosyncrasies in the way he goes about it, but has been completely freed up to do it nonetheless. To hell with the consequences, and the results, as we've seen this summer, have been spectacular. Pope is a similar story, beset by self-consciousness, I would say, in the early stages of his England career.
Mm-hmm.
Had the gumption to literally call up Ben Stokes and say, remember me, I wouldn't mind batting at 3 in your era. And he said, well, it's just as well, because I think you're the best young player in England. And there he was 2 weeks later, and playing in a different way, playing in a audacious way, running at Norkia at Lords, for example, playing outside of his comfort zone and forcing the line wherever that line is. Tom Laws, he seems to follow Dan Worrell wherever Dan Worrell goes. Very similar styles.
Be interested in seeing the radar for Laws here. Picked up 3 wickets yesterday. His first ball of day 2. Driven beautifully by Broad. Just got on top of the bounce. Didn't need to do an awful lot. Bit of a long half volley, truth told, but put away all the same. Broad up to 14. That's at 79 mile an hour. Just interested in watching young bowlers come through, because we don't see them clocked. And so much of the conversation around modern quicks comes down to, you know, what are you doing on the radar? So up and around 80 mile an hour, and this is the to be clear, that the radar you get when being clocked by the ECB often can be a little bit different to what you see on telly, for whatever reason.
Yeah, he doesn't mind getting driven either, Tom Laws. I mean, no bowler likes it, obviously, but he's prepared to be driven. He doesn't bowl that safe length, and you saw it in full cry yesterday afternoon when he cleaned up Lewis McManus, beat him for pace with a full one, took his middle and leg stumps clean out, and he's prepared to get it right up there, doesn't mind the attacking shot. It's that attacking mindset that really marks this team out. They keep coming at you, they never play safe cricket.
So a third man goes back for Kurunaya. Laws gets his first crack at him here on morning 2.
Oh, he's enjoying himself, isn't he, Kurunaya? Having a good time of it now. The sun tantalising us, Adam Collins.
Yeah, if only we could get 4 or 5 hours of this. Enjoy it while it lasts.
It's warming up nicely as a contest, this.
Yeah.
They've done well here in the first 20 minutes.
So Laws yesterday picked up Proctor, Keogh and McManus. McManus was knocked over. The last wicket to fall on the day. Had that starring role against Kent here, Phil, earlier in the season when he picked up 5 wickets in a real hurry in the second innings. We were doing that game as well, and he looked everything. Every ball he was bowling was swinging and seaming about, and when you're in rhythm like that on top of a side in the second dig, it means wickets.
Yep, he got rid of Zach Crawley in that spell, I remember, on the Saturday morning. Caught in the grabbers, and it flew. And again we saw it yesterday. Jamie Overton took a sharp one, and he has that, the mystery of the good seamer, that nip off the pitch, and it's almost impossible to explain how it happens, but he might be relatively manageable through the air, but he has those components of wrist and nip just to get it flying off the pitch.
First over of the day for him done. 6 runs from it, 189 for 6. So yeah, going through his season, 6 wickets to start against Hampshire at the Oval. That was an important early win, laying a mark up against a side that was expected to be one of their major rivals in Division 1. And the 8 wickets against Kent, 5 for 22 the second time around, 3 for 41 in the first innings. 5 wickets against Middlesex at Lords, 5 wickets against Somerset at Taunton. So pretty consistent through the campaign. Clark once more.
And talking of consistency, Jordan Clark
Yeah.
just keeps coming at you, doesn't he? 47 wickets now in the championship. Equal, I think, with Dan Worrell.
Yep. When you look through it with Clark, it's just that he rarely has a none for. I mean, it's just constantly getting, even when he's not taking big bags. And there haven't been huge bags this season, by the way. It's been all forfeits. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them. I might be missing one. Might be 6 forfeits in the season. And you look through it, when it's not a 4, it's a 1 or a 2. Sorry, 1 fifer. That was against Kent at Canterbury in that barnstorming victory where they got themselves back into it in the second innings with the ball and then chased down 500.
And of course, on Jordan Clark as well, that 100 he made against Notts when he got Surrey out of a bit of a hole. I think they were 4 down for 70 odd in that one, and he came out and smashed it.
Made 107 there.
That was it.
Made 78 against Middlesex at Lords. There, a nice little run with the bat. And what an asset he's been. Kind of really one Clark replacing another, wasn't it, when Jordan was brought in?
Yeah.
Central to Surrey's success last year in winning the championship, and they have it within their gift here as well. If their destiny's in their own hands, if they get the job done here and results break their way, they can theoretically win it this week. Or they might have to go to Hampshire and hold their nerve next week, which would be a humdinger of a finish. Saw that edged just down past third slip. There'll be a couple there. Saw a brilliant finish 2 seasons ago, didn't we? Where on the final couple of days there was the game where Lancashire held on, and it all came down to the final day where Warwickshire were duking it out against Somerset, and they ran through them to take it. But yeah, at the start of that week there were 3 teams that could have won the trophy. Brilliant season 2021.
Yeah. There's been some extraordinary finishes, really. When you think it runs across best part of 6 months, it's amazing how often it is coming down the stretch.
Whereas last year Surrey had it wrapped up in this corresponding round. They beat Yorkshire inside 2.5 days, and that was job done. And it still could be, pending, as I say, what happens at Chelmsford with Essex having a pretty good day yesterday. We'll see how they started this morning. They haven't lost a wicket as yet, 321 for 6. So a slowish start. Critchley's up to 89, my guy. Or cut in half. Only real interest coming from the cordon. It'll be the end of the over. 71 gone. We'll see it again. 192 for 6. It's the reverse angle here. Hit high up on the thigh pad, well above the knee roll. Might do a change in commentary here, Phil. Daniel Norcross has burst into the box. Depends how you want to interpret it. 1 minute early or 29 minutes late. You can make your own mind up on that. I'm sure Daniel will tell you why he wasn't here for the first ball, but he's here now. That's what matters most. 192 for 6. I'll leave you with Phil Walker.
Yeah. Karen there on strike to face up to Tom Laws. I've been impressed though with Justin Broad at the other end. Slightly quirky technique. We'll come back to that. See what Daniel Norcross thinks. Morning, Squire.
Good morning.
You all right?
Yeah, well, I'm a bit of a rush this morning because I didn't get the memo. So I looked at the rota, and the rota said Colo's starting, and I thought, that's handy, because you know how Colo makes me work on other things as well.
He does, doesn't he? Yeah.
I had to listen to a podcast that I made 3 years ago in order to make a director's cut. Much like Ridley Scott, you know. And
good podcast, though. I know of which you speak.
Well, that's very kind of you to say.
No,
but anyway, so I was doing that, and then I was aware that at some point today we're going to be interviewing a dog.
Yes.
But of course, because of the expected rain, the dog interview can't happen at tea, probably, because we might not have a tea break. Because something approximating to the apocalypse is about to hit us.
Dog day afternoons.
Very good.
Thank you, darling.
Very good. I can't do anything with Straw Dogs there, but I'll work on it. Well, that's a terrific film, Straw Dogs. Actually,
as is Dog Day After.
Yeah, he's
Al Pacino
in both, or just the one. No, it's Dustin Hoffman's in Straw Dogs, isn't
right.
it?
Yes.
That's right. Dark-haired American actors that aren't particularly tall. Get them kind of mixed up. Yeah. Oh, now, my word, flirting again, Karen there.
We were just saying before you came on, Dan, he just has this knack, doesn't he? Tom Laws ambles in, not expressed at all through the air, but he just has that knack, whatever it is, that elixir, just gets it flying off the pitch. He must have an excellent seam position, excellent wrist, because it really takes off at times.
Is it zip? Is it this?
It's that this mystery, isn't it?
Of zip.
Yeah. But
we talk about people losing
it hits the gloves
zip.
hard, doesn't it?
It does. And it's the edge quite hard as well.
Now, I've been trying to work out all morning who... We're just going to do a bit of cricket for a moment.
Of
Apologies.
course. No.
Justin Broad, who he reminds me of. Cricket geek point. It's a player who's been playing in county cricket this year, although he's gone back home now. But it's early on. It's early on in his sort of pre-shot routine.
Oh, edged and gone! What a catch! What an extraordinary catch! Well, have to take a look at this again, but this is a miracle catch. I think it's been fumbled and taken on the rebound. And this is one to be clipped up and put on Twitter. I tell you, this is an extraordinary catch. Laws with his fourth. And you're going to have to tell me who Broad reminds you of in a minute. But we need to have another look at this one, because that ball's bounced out of, I think, Overton's hand, diving away to his left.
Would have been a screamer, Dan, if he'd taken it cleanly. As it was, he managed to get half a palm underneath it. He did well to manage to scoop it up, and then Ben Foakes does the rest.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing this again. Here we go. It's Laws again, drawing the edge. Oh, I say, remarkable. Little scoop up from Overton, and then Foakes so quick to react. Well, it's an unlucky way to go in some ways, but it's a great bit of bowling, and it's a great bit of ensemble teamwork here. Nice little bit of movement. Tried to play it late, and my word, that's remarkable.
Yeah, he's done so well to get down there as well, because it's flown. Yeah, and Ben Foakes alive to it. Tough way to go. He's done okay for the first half hour this morning, but a piece of class in the office, and suddenly Northants 7 down, 193.
A bit of credit there to Broad as well, because in the sort of kerfuffle there, you could easily stand around and go, hang on, has that been taken? It was clearly taken cleanly, but not necessarily clearly if you were just turning around and saw the large figure of Overton diving away. But he's a brilliantly athletic slipper. I suppose if you were going to be hypercritical, you'd say he could have held it, but that was a pretty amazing effort. And just to scoop it up and for Foakes to react so quickly.
Now he's into the attack.
You see, you don't get the credit for that on the scorecard, do you? That says caught Foakes. And anybody at Chelmsford maybe who's just checking out the Cricinfo app and looks at that and goes, oh, another thin edge behind maybe, or a little tickle down the leg side. They know nothing of the drama of that wicket. Extraordinary.
Yeah, it's often the case with the relay catches as well, isn't it? Someone tears round, risks life and limb, throws themselves horizontally, plucks it out the air, hurls it back, and someone says, thanks very much, I'll add that to my list.
Well, Surrey needed that wicket. Been half an hour this morning. Now they've got the breakthrough. New batter, Tom Taylor. So tell me, who did Justin Broad remind you of us? I noticed his bottom hand very, very far down the bat. It's an unusual grip.
We've rather lost the mojo for it now. Now he's no longer there, but he bats just like me.
Sorry, just seeing that from behind there, and in real time that went so quickly.
Yeah, let's just look at this again.
Great work, great teamwork.
Anyway, Peter Hanscom. The way he pushes his hands in this odd way forward, and then just at the last reverts back to a more conventional position, but it's a quirk.
With a bit of a crouch as well.
Yeah, and when you do it, you think, okay, you're a decent second team club cricketer, and then you revert back and then you become a good player. But it's a peculiar little idiosyncrasy that Hanscom has. You know, he's a good player, test match player, of course. And Broad played very nicely as well this morning for his 20-odd.
Now then, there's that gone. It's going out towards the boundary. They'll pick up just a single. I suppose you would have mentioned events at Chelmsford as well.
Might have done.
Just a 1 wicket's gone down there this morning. The wicket of Adam Rossington for 104. Simon Harmer unbeaten on 14. Matt Critchley, what a fine player he is, on 92. They've still got 12.5 overs to garner bonus points. 333 for 6. I'd love to get to 400 inside 110. If they can, as Overton beats the bat once more. Surrey's bowlers have beaten the bat with great regularity throughout this innings, but Northampton have dug in. Now, new ball is available in 7 overs time, pretty much, which is partly why this wicket, which we're seeing again. The speed of Folkes' reaction there is brilliant, isn't it?
Also, the reaction of the fielders left you in no doubt that it was a legitimate catch as well.
Yep. They're working together there, that's for sure. End of the over, 73 gone, 195. So it's 195 for 7 on the main scoreboard. On our screen here it says 194 for 7, so I think we'll go with the scoreboards in the ground. That's a very good spot of yours.
Thank you.
Yeah, I like that.
When Adam and I were on, we were talking about great county championship finales, right? When it comes down the pipe in the final week, and you've still got 2 or 3 teams involved, and so
Middlesex, Yorkshire, Somerset one of 2016.
The Roland Jones game.
Roland Jones
took a hat trick. Yes, on the final day. That was
I was there that day.
Yeah, I was as well. Yeah.
Did you see the queues to get in at tea? It was quite remarkable. Once news got out there that there was a declaration.
I'm sure you were entirely gracious, and
actually I was about Middlesex winning.
Yeah,
because it
was a victory for the game, wasn't it, Daniel?
Well, also, I'm going to sound very patronising here, but much as throughout the 90s, Manchester United's main rivals were not Manchester City, Surrey's main rivals are Yorkshire, you know.
Of course.
We're not too fussed about Middlesex. For a start, it's a county that doesn't exist, so it'd be a bit strange to get into conniptions about something that's not even there.
Just some vague region up there somewhere.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, and actually, a lot of the Middlesex players were very lovable that year. I remember seeing Ollie Rayner pulling the pints in the Lord's Tavern at the end of the day.
Yeah, he was a good egg, Ollie Rayner. He's a cracker.
Stephen Finn, Tim Murter, Toby Roland Jones. I mean, what's not to like? Edged. Oh, dropped. Would you believe it? Tom Laws could have had his 5th there.
Cameron Steele, I think, Dan.
It's a much harder chance that was ensemble taken in his previous over. That one's gone straight to Steele. At a good catchable height. It's a 2nd drop in the slips. Lovely bit of bowling again. Good shape. Has he gone down a little bit too far, perhaps, on the knees there? So the ball's come a bit higher to Steele than it might have been if he'd just crouched. He's gone down low and it's come sternum height.
Yeah, it's a good spot, that. Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. And again, he gets that nip off the pitch and it comes at you maybe a wee bit quicker than you're expecting. Overton dropped one yesterday as well, which just flies at you a bit quicker. He's a real talent, no doubt about it.
Well, that would have been his 5th.
Yep.
And you look at Surrey's 5-pronged pace bowling attack, and we're forgiven for thinking that Laws is the 5th of those 5.
We've taken the last 4 to fall.
3rd slip's come out for Karen there. They'd love to keep him on strike here off this last ball.
I wonder if he's going to dare play outside of his comfort zone here now. Only 3 wickets left. Will he expand a wee bit or just amble along? He's increasingly in control of his game.
Well, he's left that alone, so he's not looked to keep the strike. He obviously thinks that Taylor's perfectly capable. 6 overs now to go before a new ball becomes available. 196 for 7.
So yeah, going back to great Champo finishes.
Yes.
Feel free, by the way, to write into us, tweet us, Instagram us, email us, all the rest of it with your recollections. The one that sticks in my mind, 2007, right? Came into the final day, Durham, Sussex, Lancashire. Do you remember this?
Yeah, not the detail of it.
Right.
Yeah.
I'll do my best.
Well, that's been nicely played by Taylor. He's going to pick up boundary for it. Gets it through quite a straight mid-wicket. That was an area that Alex Stewart used to love to exploit, wasn't it? The pull through a straightish mid-wicket in front of square.
Yeah, with the left leg flying in the air. What a joy. What a great player of the quicks he was. Yeah.
200 up.
Good on him as well, Dan. Just to be prepared to take on the short one. Yeah, they've got a deep long leg and a mid-wicket. He's prepared to take him on. And again.
Oh, yes. Got more of that this time. And it's gone all the way. Right in front of that gaggle of school children. Tabarded school children. Who emitted more than a bit of a squeal. Now, this can be seen as a dangerous manoeuvre by Taylor or a sensible one. Because Overton's going to bang it in short. You might as well try and plunder some runs. Danger is, of course, Overton sees this, sticks out a deep square leg and is encouraged to bang it in ever shorter. An old ball, though. Struggle to get it all the way up to around about shoulder height, which is what he needs if he's going to get the full shot. So 2007, Lancashire, Sussex
and Durham. And the reason I remember it, well, I remember this part of it very clearly because I was here, and it was Surrey, Lancashire, and Lancashire needed to knock off about 450 odd on the final day to jump from third to first.
Oh, now then, this could be tight. Direct hit. Would have been out. But they're going after it here, Northants. This is a nice little flurry of runs. Just 15 runs have been put on since the fall of the 7th wicket in double quick time.
So, going into the final day, Sussex defeated, I think, Worcester early on in the piece. So they'd done their business. Okay. Durham, once Sussex had won, couldn't jump. So Durham had also won their game, but they were solid in at second. Lancashire could still win it, and they were playing Surrey here.
He's gone again. And he's got it 4 again. This time the ball's popped up off the rope into the gaggle of school children, and now Tom Laws is politely requesting return. There it comes. This is good stuff from Taylor.
It is. Yeah, shows a bit of ticker here as well. It's perhaps not the smartest move with a 50-yard boundary to be pummeling the middle of the pitch.
Well, also with a 75 overall ball.
Yeah.
It's a bit too soft for that. I'm not sure how much Tom Laws will be appreciating that ball when he gets it back to start his next over. Fuller this time. Taylor takes the single, means he'll keep strike. Start of the next over, 213 for 7.
So anyway.
Yes.
Lancashire needed to beat Surrey.
Yes.
And if they had done, then they would have jumped ahead of Sussex, despite the fact that Sussex had already won earlier in the day.
Yep.
VVS Lakshman, good player.
Very good player.
Good player.
Very good player.
I was just starting out in this caper, and I was here.
Quite a young Phil Walker, I'm thinking.
Yeah, no wisps of grey at that point, Daniel. And Ram Prakash made 196 and 130 not out in the game.
It's quite Ram Prakashian, that.
Yeah.
That would have been the year after he won Strictly.
It's also the year where he averaged 100.
Well,
and I think the year that he made his 100th 100 at Headingley, I think it was 2007.
Is that right?
Might have been. I stand corrected, but I think it was 2007. Anyway, he made a lot of runs.
Well,
I mean,
after Strictly, I think it did wonders for his balance.
Yeah. He made a few before it, but certainly did wonders for his self-belief. He strode round the oval after that. Anyway, they set Lancs 489 to win on the final day.
Surely they're not going to get that.
They were 27 for naught overnight, so they needed 460 something.
Yeah.
And they finished 24 runs shy at the end of the day when they were bowled out finally.
24
runs shy of winning the championship. And VVS made an even 100 in 100 balls.
That must have been beautiful to watch.
I've just brought it up here. 16 fours, 128 minutes.
Oh, just a session, really.
Yeah. And
you're purring, Phil.
Well, sometimes the numbers are enough. 100 from 100.
Yes.
It's not 102 from 104. It's 100 from 100. 16 fours, 128 minutes. Stuart Law.
Who got him in the end?
I'll come to that.
Oh, sorry.
Stuart Law, 79 in 120.
One of the greatest players ever to play one Test match.
That's not a bad 3 and 4, is it? VVS and Stuart Law.
Yeah.
One for the purists.
Little rhyming couplet there as well.
And when VVS went, he was removed by Ian Salisbury. Caught Ramprakash bowled Salisbury. You imagine that might have been maybe at first slip, possibly, maybe at silly point, perhaps. The memory blurs after time. Anyway, he went. Stuart Law went to Jay Dernbach, caught Jonathan Batty.
Yeah, behind the stumps.
And then Stephen Croft, Luke Sutton, Glenn Chappell, Dominic Cork made 47, Saj Mahmood made 26. Good players.
Good side, very good side.
Yeah. And they finished 24 runs shy in the end.
Oh, that was...
But what a day's cricket that was.
Oh. Do you know, I was still working as a project manager in financial services that day, and I was probably not working as such. I'd have been just watching the scoreboard tick over on Cricinfo.
I can imagine. Yeah. And thinking one day I'll be able to talk over stuff like this and someone will pay me for it. I hope as Cameron Ponsonby, the hip young thing, walks into the box, I hope that in 20 years' time he can be recalling watching Surrey.
Well, it'll have got blasé for him, you see, because it's all he's ever known.
It'll probably be him and some AI robot talking about Tom Lawes' 1000th red ball wicket.
Well, Tim Murtagh.
Yes.
Announced his retirement. He's not quite got to 1,000, has he?
No, he has.
Oh, has he?
Yeah, he has.
Did he?
Yeah. I thought he's shaking. I'm sure he's taken 1,000.
Oh, now then, big appeal. Has he got a bit of inside edge on that, perhaps? That looked pretty close. But bowling's coming towards us. I need to take a look at this on the replay. I heard a couple of noises, which could have been 2 pads. It could have been a little bit of bat onto pad.
It looked straight, Daniel. So you can only think, because there wasn't much of a fuss, was there, from behind the wicket, so you can only think perhaps there was a little inside edge on there. Yeah, look, I stand massively corrected. He's 49 scalps shy, Tim Murtagh.
What a fine player he's been. Of course, formerly of this parish. One of the few Test cricketers to have been born in Lambeth.
Yep. Good spot.
David Smith of this parish was born in Balham, which is Wandsworth.
The old left-hander.
Yes.
Hard as nails lefty.
That's right. Poor thing got such a good reputation for playing against quick bowling that he was routinely sent to the West Indies to be barraged by Patrick Patterson in his pomp, which was pretty rough.
Yeah, I saw him get 100 in the Lord's NatWest final for Sussex, 1993. One of the great games of cricket, that. Sussex got 300 and plenty. Martin Spate made a 30-ball 50, batting 3. Swept the quicks off his nose. And Warwickshire with Asif Din. Do you remember Asif Din?
Could I forget? He was the one man to show resistance against Surrey in the 1982 NatWest final.
There you go.
Lost 4 early wickets.
God, we've rabbit-holed early today, haven't we?
The great late David Thomas taking wickets on that day. The left-arm quickie and all-rounder.
Yeah.
Yes.
And
do you know, one of the strangest things about Asif Din is that there's an alternative cricket commentary service called Guerrilla Cricket.
Oh,
and
yes.
it has a theme tune. And in the theme tune, they produce rhyming couplets to rhyme famous revolutionaries with famous cricketers. For example, Che Guevara, Sangakara.
Sure.
And they've got Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din.
Smashing. They're really pinning their nails, the colours of the mast there, aren't they? I like it.
Well swayed out of the way that time by Karan there. This is getting to be a little bit of an annoying partnership for Surrey, to say the least. 217 for 7, 24 has been put on here. And Taylor's got 21 of them in 21 balls. But Surrey is still attacking with this old ball. But I think Kemar Roach and Dan Worrell will be going through their stretching exercises afore long, if they haven't started already.
Yeah, no sign of Kemar yet. Sure, he's itching to get on here.
Well, now we'll keep the strike. Phil's taking a break. Cameron Ponsonby's coming in with 3 overs to go until the second new ball becomes available. Presuming Rory Burns will take it, but Tom Laws is getting the old ball to talk rather well. He should have had Taylor out. Caught at slip by Cameron Steele, who shelled the chance. Third slip. Surrey's catching has been, well, at times brilliant and at times a little average. Alex Stewart will be somewhat perturbed by that, because he could have had Karen Nair out for 11 when Jamie Overton dropped him, and they could have had Taylor out for a blob. Laws will continue. Oh, now then, big appeal. He loves that, does Laws. He absolutely loves it. I thought it was a little high myself. Umpire is unmoved, but we haven't had an LBW yet in this innings, have we? Despite the imploring imprecations of the Surrey bowlers, which there have been many. Let's take a look on the replay. Little high, little leg side, are you thinking? Where are you going?
I'm not quite convinced why Tom Laws was so convinced of that.
He was very convinced though, wasn't he?
He enjoyed it. Well, we talk about the catching. I think Jamie Overton's drop off Justin Broad was one of the greatest of all time.
One of the great drops. I was saying to Phil Walker, he sort of deserves about 8/10 of the credit for that, although folks' reactions were utterly brilliant. You see there, you see how much Laws believes that's how he's down on his haunches, begging, pleading. There's a little touch actually of Tim Murtagh in the face shape of Tom Laws. The Lambeth Lara. How are you this morning, Cameron?
I'm doing very well this morning.
Are you?
I've been taken by surprise by how nice the day is. Because that's obviously cheered me.
Yes, it clearly has, hasn't it?
I've been reading articles about Karen Nair. We just see a replay of phenomenal teamwork between Jamie Overton and Ben Folkes. It's the type of catch you take on a swimming pool on holiday with your best mate.
In the swimming pool?
In the swimming pool,
yes. Yes, not on the hard surrounds. That would be a bit painful.
Well, it depends how committed you are to your holiday extravaganzas.
Well, I'm not that committed, no.
That's the difference between me and you, Daniel.
Yeah, you'll grow out of it eventually. Your skittish, youthful enthusiasm will dissipate and you'll be left the desiccated husk of a man that we all become.
Keep it light,
battered
Daniel,
into
please.
submission by the cruel passage of time. Wide that time from Laws. Interesting now, it's having absolutely nothing to do with that.
I've just been spent some of my time this morning reading an article on Karen Nair from Cricinfo from Shashank Kishore, who spoke to him, and it's talking about how kind of out of the blue this opportunity with Northamptonshire came around. He only found out about a week before whether he'd be asked if you'd be interested.
Yes.
And he says himself, he jumped at the opportunity. He said, they said, can you be here in a week? And he could be here in a week because he had a visa for the UK. Because earlier this season, he was playing for Burbage and Eastern Royal Cricket Club in the West of England Premier League, Division 2. Well, Prem 2.
Prem,
so
right.
The level below. And you know what? He did all right.
I'm not surprised.
And so, well, he didn't do spectacularly well. He averaged 41 from his 9 matches for Burbage and Eastern Royal, who did, I'll have you know, win the league. And it's just remarkable, the idea that you can have a player with a Test triple century, no less, rocking around in what was not even the kind of the top standard of club cricket in the Bristol area.
Well, I mean, have you read Scott Oliver's rather charming book about...
I haven't read, but I've read many of his pieces.
Well, it's an accumulation of those pieces, so you probably have read the book, really, just drip-fed over time. But for those of you wondering at home, Scott Oliver has compiled a series of pieces about when the great players came to play in club cricket in the leagues. Of course, you'll be very familiar with Vivian Richards playing for Rishton, Leary Constantine at Nelson. But Alan Donald pitching up is a bit of a scary one. Wasim Akram.
I've read the Wasim Akram piece, it's wonderful.
It
and
is
just from memory, just kind of, and then it being announced he was playing, and then unsurprisingly being like a swarm of fans and kind of press kind of coming down on this.
Bit of an entourage, wasn't there?
Yes.
It's almost like having a boxer coming and playing, like Muhammad Ali suddenly pitching up. And coming through for a second, this could be tight, but throw wasn't quite accurate enough. And Taylor's showing a lot of invention here. He's keen to get on with it. 23, and even 23 of 23 balls.
I've got a wonderful scorecard here from earlier in the season of Burbage and Eastern Royal Cricket Club versus Painswick. And Burbage are batting first, and they lose their first wicket from the very first ball of the match. Jonathan Chandler is caught by Luke Woolway, bowled by Jonathan Connolly, and you'd think if you were Burbage and Eastern or Painswick you'd be quite happy with that, but out for the second ball of the match at number 3 walks Karen Nair, and he proceeds to get a runner ball 113, and he's ably assisted at number 4 by Peter Trigo.
Peter Trigo. Oh, now playing and missing again. How many times has the ball beaten the bat? Since we're very shortly going to be interviewing a dog, which has never been done before on the Surrey live stream. But before we do, just take a little look at that replay, just having a little fish at the ball outside the off stump. Kemar Roach here, just having one over with the old ball before the new ball becomes available, just getting into the groove. Surrey having picked up 1 wicket to fall this morning. That of Justin Broad, that fantastic catch we saw earlier. Now they come through for a second again. This is not going to be as tight as I thought it might have been. Throws backed up, they just get through for the single. We were talking about stunning finishes to the county championship with Phil Walker, and he was talking about 2007, Lancashire getting close. Well, Andrew Sampson has been in touch, and it's very rare for Andrew Sampson to use the word best. It's a valued judgment that he only says that when he's absolutely sure the best something. But the details of this game would rather bear that out as Taylor picks up another single. Best championship finish 1984. Essex finished their final game top of the log. Notts were still playing Somerset and needed to win to go top and win the championship. Martin Crowe declared Somerset's innings to set Notts 297 in 60 overs. With 2 balls left and 4 to win, Mike Bohr hit a ball from left-arm spinner Stephen Booth and was caught on the boundary by substitute Richard Ollis. Caught by the sub, isn't that marvellous? So Somerset won the game by 3 runs and Essex won the championship. If the ball had gone for 6, Notts would have won the championship.
Wonderful. But to hark back to a previous conversation we've had, he's Truth Jeeves, isn't he? So if he says it's the best...
Yes, he's Truth Jeeves.
It is indeed the best.
Those of you who were watching during the Warwickshire match.
I'm going to go and make way for a dog.
Yeah, you can't have to say that too many times.
I don't know if there's a professional high or low. We'll find out very shortly. No, it's the biggest high of all time. I'll see you in a bit.
Cheers, Cameron. So 1 more over until a new ball becomes available. Tom Laws is going to bowl it. It's been denied a fifer by a drop catch at third slip. He's got another chance here. But Taylor's looking very assured at the crease. He's moved to 27 with that. And we have, we've got multiple guests. This is great fun. They say never work with children and animals, don't they? So this is going to be an interesting test for the next 15 minutes. We have Michael Webb, Head of Policy and Public Affairs at Battersea Dogs Home. Carly Perry, and a creature that you can see on your screen right now. This is, oh, hang on, I need to turn you on. There you go.
Thank you very much. This is Senna. Senna is a 12-week-old poodle puppy and one of our many lovely Battersea residents at present.
So named after the great Brazilian Formula One driver, or staff member named her? I see.
Yeah, you do see, to be honest, quite a few dogs get named after personal preferences. So it could be as simple as someone just watched the Senna film and thought, oh, that'd be a nice name for a dog.
Or dare I say it, might have been moderately constipated and was using Senna pods at the time.
I think we'll probably go with the idea of the F1
driver. Go with the F1 driver.
That's all right.
It is a nicer idea. Now I've got a note here. It says she was a stray picked up and brought into Battersea Dogs Home, because we ought to be very clear. This isn't just any old random dog that's arrived here. Surrey County Cricket Club and Battersea Dogs Home have teamed up.
It makes perfect sense for us. We're obviously based up the road in Battersea. We're absolutely delighted to be able to partner with Surrey.
That is, by the way, an absolutely exceptional shot from Taylor, who is proving a thorn in Surrey's side here. 2 more balls before the second new ball becomes due. Just take a look at this on the replay. It's a lovely stride in. Drives that elegantly.
It's a lovely shot, isn't it?
Well, too lovely for Surrey fans. And actually, I think the scoreboard, 229 for 7 it says on there. So sorry, I've interrupted you. We've got a tie-in between Surrey County Cricket Club and Battersea Dogs Home. Battersea Dogs Home, for those of you who don't know, is about a mile away.
Yeah. We're just on the south bank of the river, slightly north of here, and we're absolutely delighted to be able to have this tie-in. There's quite a few of Senna's friends from Battersea have joined us here today, who are milling around, befriending the crowd here at the Oval. And it's great to get this opportunity to come and talk a bit about the work we do.
Just a quick, I'm just going to help our watchers at home, because the scoreboard's not quite right there. It's Karen Nair who's on strike. He has 73. Taylor has 32. Has 27, I beg your pardon. So the last 5 runs have been erroneously given, and that's 4 more to Karen Nair. You can see why he's got a 100 in Test cricket. He's batting quite sumptuously. And that is the end of the over. 80 have been bowled. Surrey can take a new ball, and you can be pretty certain they will do, because they need it rather urgently to pick up these last 3 Northants wickets. Just the 1 wicket to fall so far today in 65 minutes. That have Justin Broad, brilliantly caught by folks with more than a helping hand from Jamie Overton. So, sorry.
No, that's quite all right. That's quite all right.
Now, Senna, she's very docile. You've exhausted her, have you?
Yeah.
She's extremely well behaved.
It's probably for the best in a small commentary box. The dog is feeling relatively sedate at present.
That is rather for the best. What type of dog is Senna? I'm not particularly up to date on various breeds of dog, it must be said.
Senna's a poodle.
Just a poodle.
Yeah, I mean, one of the various ways that animals come to Battersea is obviously, as you referenced earlier, she was a stray. So that often means that when an animal comes into Battersea, we don't necessarily get as much of their history as we might. So our best guess is she's a poodle. She is a poodle, but obviously there may be little bits of other dogs bred in there in her history, because we don't necessarily know her history as well as we might.
So they must arrive more than relatively scared, don't they? Isn't it, as they appear for the first time?
Yeah, and so we have to be quite gentle and quite patient, and we work with them for as long as is necessary until they get to a point where they're ready to go and start a new life in a family home somewhere. Happily for Senna is one of our very happy endings because she already has a home lined up that she's ready to go to. So she'll be beginning her new life fairly shortly.
So how do you feel about these dogs coming into your life? And obviously
we very much
look after
see
them, but then off they go.
Sure, we very much see ourselves as custodians of the dogs for a short period of time. We'd like it. We love that. We love them all very much, but we'd like them to be with us as little time as we can because we want to find them a new home. That's what we do. That's why we exist and why we've been doing what we do since 1860. We want to find as many dogs as possible that happy new home, and that's what the tie-in and our Wear Blue messaging is all about at the moment. We're encouraging people to wear blue for rescue, which is all about highlighting just the great work that rescues, not just Battersea, but rescues across the world do in taking animals like Senna.
Oh, now then, that's a little nibble at that from Taylor. I should just inform you all, if you can see, if we could get a shot of the scoreboard, you'll be able to see that the new ball has been taken. I didn't see it, didn't see the umpire show the ball up to the crowd, but you can see on the scoreboard there the age of ball 0.3, so Surrey have taken the new ball. No great surprise there. So I didn't really get the memo. I suppose I'm wearing jeans, which is blue. I was very blue yesterday.
I was going to say before, you are incredibly multicoloured today, Dan.
Well, yeah, I dressed myself badly, that's the problem. And I'm colourblind. That's a lovely shot from Taylor. It wasn't a half volley by any means, but he's just caressed that through mid-wicket for 4. And Surrey's woes continue this morning. So explain, what is Surrey County Cricket Club doing to help and support?
Well, in part giving us this wonderful platform to talk to your audience today, but also giving us the chance to come in and share our Wear Blue messaging. There's lots people can do. There's lots of information on our website, battersea.org.uk, about how people can get involved with Wear Blue. There's things people can buy, things people can do. There are free gifts people can sign up for us to send them, just to share this symbol that Senna is beautifully modelling right now. It's all about just sharing the message that we're really proud of what we do, and we're proud of the sector that we work in, and how we take care of animals no matter what's happened to them previously. Work with them, give them medical care if need be, give them behavioural work with them if need be, and get them ready for life with a new family.
So what is the average time that a dog will spend in Battersea Dogs Home before being rehoused?
It's about 5 weeks, a little less.
That's pretty quick.
Yeah, it is. I mean, some of them, you see a dog like Senna, someone will just walk in and fall in love with her very quickly. But there are
she's very cute. I can see how that could happen.
She is. And there are others which need a bit of work. There are others that we'll work with for a longer period of time, and we'll work with them for as long as necessary to get them ready for finding a new home. We have a wonderful army of foster carers as well, that because a kennel isn't a wonderful environment for a dog, they're much better off in a home somewhere, with a sofa they can curl up on. We have a wonderful group of foster carers who...
That's a great take from folks diving away to his left there. Completely over. 2:37 for 7.
Who will help us with perhaps the dogs that have been in kennels a little bit longer. They'll give them that environment till we can find something permanent for them.
So, what's the volume of dogs that will pass through Battersea Dogs Home in an average year? What are you looking at? Because Battersea Dogs Home has got such a reputation. There's hardly anyone that hasn't heard of it around the country. And
I could feel that burning in my mind. I could feel the anger of my own Battersea cat as I failed to mention it.
I am a cat man, really.
Are you?
Yeah.
Well, we've been looking after cats since 1883, so
they came 20 years later, did they? So
well, yeah, we were originally set up. We were actually we were briefly north of the river when first founded, and we moved to Battersea when we found an appropriate piece of land. Ironically, at the time, we moved to where we were because we thought it would be a safe place to put a dog and cat, well, a dog's home as it was at the time, because no one would want to live there, so the noise of the dogs wouldn't be a problem. If you walk around Battersea now, that is no longer the case.
Yes, I bet. It wasn't even light industrial in those days, and it was a sort of...
I mean, the train line that bisects our site's always been there, since before we were. But the sort of change of usage of Battersea. It was largely wasteland really at the time when we first moved there.
Dan Worrell, by the way, into the attack, which was entirely to be expected. Surrey been waiting to deploy their 2 opening bowlers until they got the new ball, and now they're at their traditional ends. Roach from the pavilion end, Worrell from the Vauxhall end. So that was in the 1860s, and then by the 1880s you've expanded to cats.
Yeah, we started taking cats in 1883. I mean, originally our remit was solving the problem of, or managing the problem of street dogs in London, straying and abandoned street dogs. Obviously, we don't have that same issue to that same extent in London now.
And that was particularly to the fore then, was it, in the mid-19th century?
Yes, it was. And obviously we played a big role in helping to tackle that alongside a variety of other organisations. And now we see that same problem replicated in other parts of the world. So as an organisation, we like to try and evolve to manage the needs. So wherever there is, how we can reshape the services we provide to help dogs and cats wherever they are. So at the moment we're doing a lot of work with different organisations in different countries as well as in the UK to help them manage the dog and cat problems in their area.
Are there sort of satellite versions of the Battersea Cats and Dogs Home? Because obviously, Battersea, it's great that Battersea exists, but presumably this issue happens in Birmingham and Manchester and other parts of the country.
It does, and we're part of a very big sector. I mean, there are hundreds of different rescue organisations. Battersea is obviously one of the bigger ones.
Is it the oldest? I mean, is that why? I mean, everybody in the country's heard of it.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter which part of the country you're in. It's almost like a sort of.
We have a record for being the oldest, for being the longest running rescue centre on a particular site, which is unsurprisingly our site in Battersea. But we have 2 other sites in Old Windsor and Brands Hatch, so just either side of the M25 to the west and east. And we are part of a group called the Association of Dogs and Cats Homes, which is like a sector body for us that includes charities in every other bit of the UK and Ireland. So it's the issues that we look to tackle locally aren't obviously unique to London, but we work a lot with organisations in other bits of the country, provide grant funding for a lot of different organisations. When there's a particular project they're wanting to run that we feel can benefit animals, we try and help them with that.
As the volume of dogs and cats that you're dealing with, does it stay pretty much constant, or do you see sort of rises and falls as a result of? I mean, I'm thinking now we've got a cost of living crisis, for example,
which is it will not shock you that that's made demand for our services and those of our partners across the sector. It's made that a lot more acute. We found the same. Everything changed quite a bit during COVID. For a while, obviously, like a lot of people, we weren't able to work in the same way. A lot of people took on animals during COVID, and we're sort of seeing some of the consequences of that now. So I mentioned before, we like to try and evolve to need. There was a lot of need to help people with behavioural advice when they returned to work. So when people were going back into the office, they had an animal that was used to maybe had a year of its owner being around every day. So we put a lot of advice on our website about how we can help people manage their dog then.
Yes, I have a friend. That's a lovely shot. Another lovely shot from Taylor. Just a clip off the pads for 4, and this partnership has got Northampton to the threshold of a batting point here at 248 for 7. I have friends who have a cockapoo, and during COVID, of course, they're terribly needy dogs. They seem to be they get very frantic when you're not there, because there wasn't really a problem for a couple of years, and then back to work they went, and
so
this poor animal was distraught.
So our job, we see it here, is to try and help owners however we can. So that's why we've provided so much more advice and materials. And if anybody out there is listening and thinking there is something or a behaviour with their dog that they'd like to do a bit of work on, please do visit our website. There's a lot there that people can take away and use that will hopefully help them with any behavioural issues or with their dog.
Now, in the news at the moment is the talk of this breed of dog that's become the American Bully, which has become, I say, demonised. I mean, it's been linked with a series of events, and there's talk of banning the breed. And over the course of the years, I remember there being various concerns over certain breeds of dog. Where do you guys stand on that sort of thing? Is banning a breed of dog an answer, or is it actually training the dog in the first place?
Honestly, no. It's what, if you look at the history of it, since the breeds were first, the breeds that are currently banned were first banned in 1991. Dog attacks have continued to rise, which suggests that as a preventative measure, it hasn't worked. Which is why we have quite a degree of scepticism. It would work. It would work if you extended it.
That's gone up quite a little bit actually, and it's not hit him in the head, but Taylor, that is, just rolled out to the offside, but may have got a bit of shoulder. Roach is banging that one in short. Taylor advances on it and just gets struck around the collarbone. So yeah, I sort of expected that to be your answer, and the problem you will then face, I guess, as looks like the physio is going to come out and just make sure he's okay, make sure Taylor's all right. But the problem you're going to have, I guess, is that suddenly you could potentially get an influx, could you not, of a certain breed of dog?
We're already seeing quite a number, and so are our colleagues around the country. We're seeing quite a number of these dogs at Battersea. So we have a bit of a perfect storm, I guess in the sense that there are fewer people perhaps prepared to rehome them at the moment for understandable perhaps reasons. So we are expecting to see quite a few more of them over the coming months, and so we're working at the moment with the government to try and just get a bit of clarity about what they're actually going to do and how they expect people to respond, and then try and help owners manage that as best we can.
Now, before we let you go, a couple of things. Just give us an idea of the turnover, the amount of cost that there is to maintain Battersea Dogs and Cats Home per year, so people understand, why it needs support.
Sure, it costs many millions of pounds to run Battersea. I mean, we look after, and I'll get scowled at by Carly now if I get the numbers wrong, but it's around. We look after the best part of 5,000 dogs and a similar number of cats each year. As you can imagine, they all have to be fed, walked. We employ an awful lot of behaviourists to care for them, plus we spend an awful lot of time and money helping other rescues elsewhere to deal with problems that they are struggling to manage. So it costs an awful lot of money. And your funding comes primarily from donations, does it, or do you get some government support as well? We get nothing from government. It's entirely privately funded, as is our entire sector. So in that case, just remind everybody how they can help, how they can support. Absolutely. Please do go onto our website at battersea.org.uk. You'll see all the Wear Blue information there. There are things you can buy. There are free things that we will happily send you. There are ways you can get involved with fundraising, and there's always lots of information about if you think you might want to find a home for somebody lovely like Senna here. Then, but not Senna, because she's gone. But not Senna. Yes. You're absolutely right, Dan. I do need to make that very clear. You can't have Senna. Senna herself has a home. You can have Prost, Andretti, Verstappen, but not Senna, I'm afraid. At the website, so everyone can get on that website. Battersea.org.uk. Battersea.org. There's lots of information about Wear Blue and about our partnership with Surrey on there. 250 up for Northants. They've got their first batting point. It's time we say goodbye to Carly. Thank you very much for coming in. To Michael, and of course, star of the show. Yeah, well, she's obviously way more interesting than the cricket at the moment, or indeed any of us talking on it. So we might just leave the webcam on Senna and bootle out. I say the cricket's not interesting. It's kind of fascinating, really. But for Surrey, they're still desperately seeking a second wicket this morning. 2:51 for 7. Thanks ever so much. Get involved if you can, and you know where to go, and go and help support this fantastic. You are a charity. We are a charity. We are very much a charity, and proud so to be. Splendid, Cameron. I think you're getting to get back on, and Adam Collins will be somewhere soon to relieve me. Well, that was gorgeous. What a star turn that was. Thank you. Cheers. Very well behaved. Oh. She was running around, was she? Yeah. Well,
She's done exceedingly well. I'm still haunted by watching episodes of, Blue Peter and the like, where dogs have gone completely berserk. But no, we will not celebrate until you're entirely out of the room. Cool. Yeah. So Worrell continues because they've got the 3 slips in place. Oh, flashing at that is Taylor. He's had a very aggressive start to this knock, and Surrey could do with getting him out quickly. As he approaches a half century, he's been dominant in this partnership of 58. He scored 40 of the runs to fall. As the clouds are starting to brew. We've got a pretty horrendous forecast for later in the day, but at the moment we've got cricket, and it's Northants who've dominated the day so far, losing just that 1 wicket. Surrey could have got Taylor early on in his innings, but Cameron still dropping the chance at 3rd slip. Cameron Ponsonby is back, having been gazumped by a dog.
Always the way, always happens. It's a remarkable theme of my life.
Very cute dog, Cameron.
It was a very cute dog.
It was a very cute dog.
I've never had a dog. My sister has a dog.
I've never had a dog.
My sister has a dog and keeps biting me, so I'm not a big fan of that dog, actually.
My mother thought that animals were unnatural.
Well, that's wrong.
It is totally wrong.
Well,
she was wrong about many things, my mother, bless her. But,
it does happen.
Yeah. Again, that's just flicked away for another single for Taylor. I'm going to get out of the way, Cameron. I know. It
doesn't stop in this room, does it?
It doesn't stop. It's like a revolving door. But that's the end of the over. Northants going well. 252 for 7. There's only, another 26 overs for Surrey to collect the 2 wickets they need for a 3rd bonus bowling point. I always get that wrong. Bowling bonus point. I'm going to hand over to Adam Collins.
No, Northants have been going very nicely this morning, and Tom Taylor in particular. Tom Taylor has a kind of remarkable stats page. He's had a fantastic Metro Bank one-day cup competition. His List A batting average, Adam, is 52. First class, 18.
Yeah, that'll be one of the bigger gaps. He's living the Vita Loca today. Tom Taylor. Here he goes. Playing his penultimate game for the club. As I'm sure you've remarked upon, he's off to Worcestershire next year.
He is indeed.
Making the most of this, but nearing his highest score in the campaign. Made 53 back in May against Somerset at Taunton, but it's been barely slim pickings for the all-rounder.
It's a very busy time at Worcestershire County Cricket Club. A number of outgoings, a couple of incomings.
They're a decent chance of promotion, aren't they? Well, they're in the box seat for it. Shot. Kieran Nair, 78 last week, into the 80s here with a boundary. Beautifully played off Kemar Roach. That's his 13th for Kieran Nair.
Before you came on, I was talking to Daniel Norcross about Nair had a spell out in club cricket in Bristol earlier this season. That was why he was able to come out and play for Northamptonshire at such short notice, because he already had a visa to be in the UK.
Right.
And so he was at number 3 for, I believe it was Burbage and Eastern Royal Cricket Club, and at number 4 was Peter Trigo.
Fun night out. So, okay, that's an interesting part of the story, isn't it? That desire to play red ball cricket. We've already remarked upon how little of it he's played in the last 4 years in the Ranji Trophy at the club level, and now
there was
having the visa. That's kind of a similar story to what we had a couple of weeks ago with Craig Brathwaite. He was able to get a visa easily, or didn't need one, I don't think, from Barbados, which is why Warwickshire were able to collect him from the airport and send him straight to the ground, more or less. And
so there was a Cricinfo feature written on Karen Nair just yesterday. Kind of references this line here: before the 2022-23 Ranji season, in an uncharacteristic show of vulnerability in a cutthroat world, Nair wrote on Twitter, "Dear cricket, just give me one more chance."
I love that. I feel emotionally invested in his story now.
Exactly.
I didn't before.
That's a very
he was
fine
kind of
choice.
one of those statistical oddity guys.
Correct.
Right? The triple but nothing else. But if you can make this count, age 31, one more crack. I mean, we've spent so much time thinking about who the next great talent of Indian cricket will be. Who's the next Kohli equivalent? Might it be the guy who's out there fielding for Surrey right now? Who's to know? But here's a man in Karen Nair who has done it before, has shown he has got the ability to compete at the very top level.
I've got one more thing I really want to get to the bottom of in terms of Prem 2 Gloss Wilts League.
5 runs from the Roach over.
So
An uncharacteristic wicketless spell for him so far. None for 50 from 17. 257 for 7. So Northants have 1 batting point. Cam, continue.
So I think this is the type of thing this is your area.
Kind of, yeah.
So Burbage and Eastern Royal Cricket Club won Prem 2 Gloss Wilts by 1 point. The team that they beat to the title, Thornbury, had 246 points to Burbage and Eastern Royals 247, but they suffered 1 penalty point across the year.
Oh.
What was it for? I want to know.
That's the sort of thing we could find out. We've got a platform here, We're all new over. What was the penalty point for? Did someone try and trip up a runner between the wickets?
Because they also in this league have officials bonus points, which I can only assume is like goodwill points.
Behaviour.
Yeah.
Treated the umpire well, paid them on
think I like
time, gave them a nice afternoon tea, bought them a pint after the game. Bonus point.
That's prime for corruption, isn't it? Surely.
As a captain, I would take full advantage. I assure you. Shot. There's oohs and ahs coming from the cordon, but that's pretty well played at the deep backward square for a couple. I've always been the kind of, even now, like I've been playing forever, I still go up and put my arm around the umpire. I still do all that rubbish that means nothing really, that might get you 1 decision a year. Always use the umpire's first name. Just got to do it. You commit it to memory at the start of the day. When you're batting, you use their first
Social
name.
skills.
It's just got to work that angle and hope that they're on a 51-49 call that breaks your way. Edged and dropped in the cordon. I say dropped. It was really flying. It was going to take some catching. Couldn't quite drag it down.
Another opportunity flies through the slips. I believe it's Cameron Steele there at third slip.
Yeah.
And he did put down Taylor when Taylor was on 0, but that would have been a remarkable catch. I don't think there'd be too much blame laid at his door for this one.
Second look here. Yeah, it was going to take some catching. Time to dive pretty well.
I do wonder whether it was actually closer to him than he first realised. He dived and went with his one hand, and all of a sudden it's hit him kind of square in the wrist. Whether he's not quite picked up the fly for the ball as intended. You see, he goes with one hand. I wonder whether he could have got 2 to it.
It's one of those where in the outfield, this will sound counterintuitive, but work with me here. You're seeing fielders go more with the other hand when diving across themselves, and that's a goal. I understand that's come from football goalkeeping, that when trying to dive to get to the very top corner, you'll often use your other hand because of the way that
absolutely.
So I mean, I don't think I've ever seen a slips catch taken that way with the left mitt diving to the right. But who knows? That might be something we see into the future, because your instinct is just to throw the hand up, isn't it? It's coming so quickly. Saw Nat Siver take a great catch diving across herself the other way a couple of years ago in an international against New Zealand.
I think people tend to just go with their dominant hand in effect, and so if you are going off to your left, and also you can play this game at home if you really want to, but if you are reaching for something in the top left or top right, just the nature of the shape of your body, if you're diving to your left, your right shoulder is higher, so your right hand actually has access to the top. I remember writing an article about the kind of misconceptions of goalkeeping, and in particular how goalkeeping is covered very poorly in analysis because there's so few goalkeepers, and the stresses and the anger that.
Well worked again by Karanaya. He'll get 4 for that through the cordon. So it's been an expensive passage of play. Board ticks over to 268 for 7, the end of 86. It looks like you're making way. I can see Yas Rana prowling behind me. So Cam,
Indeed.
enjoyed your company briefly. We'll see you again later.
Wonderful.
So 13 short of a ton for the Indian international now. He was put down on 11 yesterday by Overton in the cordon. Tough chance, but a tough chance on the basis that he was squared up. It came to him at a gentle enough pace, but he was unsighted when it got to him. Yas Rana from Wisden.com jumping in to the colour chair. Hello.
Afternoon, Adam. Another frustrating morning for Surrey. Who would have thought that when they elected to bowl first yesterday, Northampton would be 7 down, 3 wickets still to get as we approach lunch on day 2.
So 97 runs have been added this morning for just the 1 wicket. It was Broad who was caught behind on a juggled attempt. In the bowling of Laws, his 4th wicket. Roach still striving for his first. Overstepping here, won't get one. Just a quick round the grounds update relevant to Surrey's title hopes. Essex haven't reached the 4th batting point. They've just gone beyond 110 overs and they're 368 for 7. I'm devastated to report that Matt Critchley was out 1 short of a ton. Critchley for England, you heard it here first. Well, maybe not first, but you know, eventually, one day. Taylor on 49. Won't get his 50 here, but Critchley, yes, was out to the bowling of Dawson, caught by Gubbins for 99. And that was just before the 110 over mark. They've still got Simon Harmer there on 40, batting with Umesh Yadav on 2, but bonus points done. They're a bit further advanced in that game. There was less rain yesterday. And we were, before you arrived as well, about to start talking about Worcestershire. Well, they didn't play yesterday due to rain. They're 104 for 1. Quick start against Durham. We're trying to wrap the title up. Already secured promotion, but that's first versus second in the 2nd division. Worcestershire really well placed to go up. Haven't quite guaranteed it as yet as we look at what's required for them.
Yeah,
on 154, Sussex are on 136 and Leicestershire on 133, so a lot would need to go wrong for Worcestershire.
But Leicester going well at the moment, obviously battling the weather as are a few counties at the moment. Yorkshire 155 for 9.
That's the half century for Taylor.
50 or 55 balls, 5 fours and 1
He's
six.
on the move at the end of the season, but making the most of this opportunity, batting at the Kia Oval and passing 50. 5 fours and a 6 in that. His 2nd half century of the season.
No, he's played really well, and I think actually this partnership has marked a change in how this game has felt. I said when I first came on that Surrey have been frustrated for a lot of this match, but I think for the first time you're really seeing Northampton stamp their own authority on proceedings. And I think we saw that first when Taylor came in and Jamie Overton tried to target him with a short ball with a very short leg side boundary on the gasometer side of the ground, and Taylor just took him on. Overton probably didn't get the ball quite high enough, and Taylor was like, thank you very much, I'll take you on. And I think he took him for 2 fours and 1 6 in 1 over, and ever since then he's managed to maintain a scoring rate of just under run a ball, and Nair's just very comfortably been ticking along alongside him.
Edged and landing just short of Sibley.
Sort of similar moment almost to what we saw so spectacularly earlier on with Overton clawing the ball off the ground and Folk taking one. Look at the replay. Yeah.
About 6 inches in front of his outstretched right hand. And well timed out towards the school kids, who give it a round of applause to the sweeper out there.
But you'd think as well, with the bowling attack that Northants have got, they'll really fancy their chances of securing a first innings lead now. We saw last week what Ben Sanderson can do with a new ball. Jack White, very accomplished bowler at this level, and the Surrey batting lineup isn't at its absolute strongest. Jamie Smith's obviously could be making his ODI debut today. Ollie Pope's out injured. Well, Jack's also with England at the moment.
Ollie Pope.
So we could have a really, really good game on our hands in isolation, even when forgetting the wider context of the championship at both ends of the table.
Do we know much about where Ollie Pope's up to in his rehabilitation?
I've not seen anything recently, but I guess it's one of those where it's still a really long time until England next play red ball cricket, not until January. I think it was assumed that he would be fit for that tour.
Yep.
But we were talking about it a few weeks ago. England will have some fascinating selection conundrums to get through for that tour, with Pope returning. It's not immediately clear.
Nair's 88.
It's not immediately clear how Pope fits in to that side, as well as Pope has done at number 3 for England, because England ended up with a team balance where they had one top 6 batter other than Ben Stokes bowling a lot during the Ashes. And you're also looking at where are England going to get their spin options from in a world that doesn't include Moeen Ali batting the top 6 and bowling a lot of their spin. You mentioned Matt Critchley earlier on. In a world post Moeen Ali, he could be someone who fulfills that role.
Sing it from the rooftops. I'll get yelled at for saying this, but I just think there's something about Matt Critchley. Shot. That's the shot of the morning. There. Timing is on drive to perfection. Up into the 90s. Second innings or second game with the club. Good opportunity to, as Cam was saying, started off playing club cricket in Bristol to begin season 2023. Well, 100 on a test ground would be not for nothing.
It's a brilliant shot, and I think that's really important when you're playing against this Surrey attack in Wall and Roach, that when they do overpitch, I think you've got to take them on. You've got to make them feel as uncomfortable as possible. That was a glorious shot from there, as you say, shot of the day so far. We were talking about it yesterday, that people in England will remember Nair for his 100 against England. That was 6 or 7 years ago now. And not only has he found himself outside of the India squad, he's not actually played that much Ranji Trophy cricket.
Yeah, almost none of it. We had a look yesterday. Outside of 1920, where he had a busy season, it's in slim pickings, but just not a lot of it, full stop. So it stands to reason why he wants to be out here doing what he can do. So a chance to complete his century before lunch as well. 21 minutes until the long break. Back on strike here with 1 ball to go. What a great morning it's been for the visitors.
Absolutely, and there are a lot of Indian players in the county championship at the moment, and I wonder if that's actually something we'll see more and more of in the years to come. They have, obviously, Indian players don't play franchise competitions other than the IPL, which means their availability, if they're not playing for India, is really strong.
Good to finish from Worrell. 280 for 7 after 88. Yeah, I do wonder how that might evolve in the years to come with availability in the mini IPL comps, like the satellite IPL comps, SA20, ILT20, Major League Cricket. In the fullness of time, it could well be that the 100 and the Big Bash League have IPL investment, whether they might start to release more players to those tournaments. But you're right, at this stage, there is availability. I know India play a lot. They travel more than any other nation to play abroad, but they're so deep, aren't they? There are so many players who could feasibly come over and strengthen the county championship. Quickish shingle, but they're through.
No, I mentioned this yesterday, but I was talking to some of my colleagues in our Wisden India office about Karun Nair coming over, and there was an element of surprise that if you were going to pick someone not currently involved with the India setup, that you'd go with Karun Nair, just because there are so many. There's a guy called Sarfaraz Khan who averages pretty much 75 in first class cricket. Yeah. Someone like Mayank Agarwal's played a fair bit of test cricket, not involved at the moment.
Yeah, proximity for Nair, just being here earlier in the summer. Through, not far away. That's the one that Comes back from Roach. Generous swing, one hand off the bat when the ball passed the blade. We'll see it again. Could have castled him. Would have taken out a fourth stump, that's for sure.
We've seen it a couple of times now that Roach can really bring that ball in from quite far outside off stump and still manage to attack the stumps. And I think it's a good point about those satellite IPL competitions almost, in that India haven't won a major tournament outside of India for a very long time now.
Shot. Off the pads for Nair, working it in the direction of the swing. But again, we saw the timing down the ground off Worrell in the previous over. That's just as good, moving him to within a stroke of a century.
It's glorious from there. Once more capitalising on a ball that's just a little bit fuller. This one slightly straighter than the one that nearly castled his off stump. 97 off 172. He's negotiated difficult conditions, but he's scored runs when they've been there to take. Really impressive innings.
And Northampton in a situation they're in at the moment where a lot needs to go right to avoid relegation, of course, but there's still a puncher's chance. We saw Middlesex get bowled out cheaply yesterday.
Yeah, 121 all out, although Tim Murtagh in his final home game is doing his utmost. He's already taken a fifer.
Has he now?
Yeah, so Warwickshire...
Of course he has.
Warwickshire 149 for 6 in reply, so they're 28 runs ahead of Warwickshire, but Tim Murtagh's taken 5 of those 6 wickets, 13 overs, 5 for 37.
And you just know that running up the hill from the nursery end, you can almost see how the wickets have fallen. There'll be one of them caught at second slip, one of them will have been the nip backer that caught batter on the crease trap leg before. I mean, you just know the way that Tim Murtagh gets his wickets.
There's 2 LBWs in that all.
I can picture them. Keeps the strike with a quick single, moving to 98 now. 286 for 7. Yeah, with Murtagh, so much is made of bat is always swing it down the slope, using the slope to his advantage from the nursery end, but getting it going counter-cyclically up the slope has been just as dangerous for him. It's a shame he'll finish with, well, he's on 956 first-class wickets now. For a long time, it felt like he would just get over the line for 1,000. That won't be, but what a mighty career, and another link to a previous generation. And it's a shame he didn't quite play first-class cricket in 1999. He made his debut in 2000. I'm pretty sure it was for the British universities. His combined universities against New Zealand was his first-class debut, something like that. Yes, a long, distinguished career, both sides of the river. It'd be fitting if he ran through them and took 8 or 9. At the ground where, of course, he has a Test 5-wicket bag as well. On the drive from 98 to 99. Gets it a fraction square for a moment. I thought he had the sweeper covered, not to be. So what's the lead there, sorry, for Warwickshire?
31 runs at the moment.
31 lead there.
And as you say, a lot needs to go right for Northants to overhaul that 32-point deficit between them and Middlesex in 8th place. But if Middlesex, they've already been bowled out for 121, so if they are to lose that game, they would only register 3 points.
I'm sure there'll be Northants supporters watching your stream who are daring to dream on that front. I mean, they're not going to get all the batting points here, but they'll get at least a couple more. Little waft there from Taylor, and they'll get, all things being equal, 350 would be well and truly within their grasp, with 21 overs to go until that cut-off point for batting points. So they have a maximum of 22 points, you would say, at their disposal here to collect. And next week, I reckon they've got Middlesex in the final round, Northants. My apologies, they've got Essex next week at home to finish. Easy single, giving the strike back to Nair, who's 99. So that they'll take some beating, of course, regardless, Essex, and let's not get carried away here. But if you're a Northants supporter, putting yourself in their shoes and trying to think about ways they could stay up. And we did see last year when starting the second last round, Yorkshire arrived to the Oval in third last position, and a week later they were relegated, so it can happen.
What an amazing story that would be, escaping with victories against first and second in the table.
Dare to dream.
As Worrell adjusts his fields with Nair on 99.
So one away. Knows the call. I fancied that too. It was Taylor who had the presence of mind to send Nair back.
I think that was a good call from Taylor. I think Nair, as soon as he got bat and ball, really wanted to take the single almost regardless of where the ball dropped, but I think Taylor made the right call there.
Who want to do it quick as well. It feels like the rain's coming. It's very dark suddenly at the Kia Oval. 2 men back. One at square leg and one at fine leg. So there are singles on the onside. He's on 99. Sways out the way. Good batting again. Once, remember Simon Kadich saying that the secret of making hundreds that he unlocks later in his career was making about 150 good decisions in a row. Well, Kuruna is going to make a couple more here to get his way to 3 figures. Simple when you put it like that, isn't it? Just keep making good decisions one after another. You can do anything. One away. Nair. To the offside again. That'll complete the over. So 288 for 7. It says on the screen there a minimum of 78 overs remaining today. I'd be very surprised if there are many more. The forecast is grim for this afternoon, and it's dark, and I don't know if those dark clouds are carrying rain, but I wouldn't be surprised if they are, Yas.
Well, I was just going to say that it is about as dark now as it was during sections of the evening session yesterday, where we obviously went off for light. As Jordan Clark comes on to bowl from the pavilion end, you can almost tell it on the screen just by the shadows that surround each player. 4 shadows around each of the members of the Surrey slip cordon at the moment. Very, very gloomy indeed. It's been gloomy for the vast majority of this game, in truth.
So Clark returns, replacing Roach. I'm imagining a scenario here where they do come off and Nair has a very long lunch on 99.
Well, just as you say that, Nair has walked down and had a quick word with his partner, perhaps alerting him to a couple of easy singles perhaps there for the taking.
Yeah, 1 at deep point and 2 back on the leg side. That's the shorter side of the ground this week. Won't be one there.
In between deliveries, Ben Folkes has just run to Dan Worrell at fine leg for a quick chat, hatching a plan, I'm sure.
Essex have put the foot down after the bonus point marker. They're up to 415 for 7. Partnership building between Umesh Yadav, who only bats one way, 29 from 30, already got 2 sixes. Harmer's up to 59 as well. On the cut, but won't get 1 for it, he'll get 4 instead. Not sure that's necessarily what Taylor was aiming for there, but a boundary for Northants. 292 for 7. He's 59, played really well, Taylor. This partnership has taken them from 193 to 292, so they've put on 99. Yes, Umesh Yadav, he's got the highest ratio of 6s to 4s in the history of Test cricket.
That's a fantastic stat.
I think that might be a Phil Long. He crunched that for us in India earlier this year.
It's always funny when you see fast bowlers surprisingly high on the list of most 6s. Obviously Tim Southey's got loads. Yeah. But if you go on the England all-time list, Steve Harmison is surprisingly high up on the list.
The other one's Trent Bolt. The most eccentric technique of the modern era, I think you could say. But he's hit a whole stack of... I think he got the most 6s ever for a number 11 in tests or something like that. Oh, nearly chops on. Had enough time to look down at his pegs to see whether they've been crashed into. Instead they get a couple.
Nair needed a bit of extra encouragement to come through for the second run. Taylor keeps a strike, and that's the 100-run partnership.
And done in a hurry. From just 115 deliveries together, Northants were 193 for 7, and you would have thought that, well, all out 210, 220 could be on the cards in tough conditions. It's still favourable for bowling out there, but this pair have put on a nice counter-attacking hand, especially Taylor with 61 of those. 6 boundaries and a 6, and he does the right thing here, knocks it on the head, gives the strike back to Nair, who's 99. And the weather hasn't deteriorated since it got really dark 2 overs ago, so he'll at least get a look at 99. A couple of balls on 99 here. We're still 9 minutes away from the lunch break too. At lunch we're going to be hearing from you, evidently. Your Zoom interview with Tim Wigmore and Stefan Szymanski that was on their book, which you'll have to remind me what it was called. Was it Crickonomics? Crickonomics,
The
yes.
Anatomy of Modern Cricket. Yeah, I spoke to Tim and Stefan a couple of days ago. Really interesting chat about not only their book, but sort of the state of play in international cricket, the changing financial landscape and all that. Karen Nair on strike, 99 not out.
So Worrell to Nair, sways out the way of a short ball attempter. So we've got your interview with Wiggy and Stefan Szymanski. If it does rain, we'll play out an interview that I did with Kumar Sangakara last week on the Final Word podcast. Nice chat with the king of the Kia Oval, as he was for a number of seasons here. So even if rain does intervene, don't go anywhere. Plenty to come on the Surrey stream.
Kumar would have enjoyed, he might be enjoying this Karen Nair innings.
Could be. He's on 99. Leaving alone again, so the field has come in yet further. Sudharsan has moved from a deep square leg inside the fielding circle, so to speak, in one-day terms, on the 1. 2 slips the gully, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on. They've got the squeeze on, no singles. That'll be the instruction from the captain.
That's a leave that screams experience for me. Bit of width, no one out on the offside. Quite a large gap between the man at backward point and cover.
Nice game of cat and mouse. Worrell giving nothing away. Beats him here. He might have pulled inside the line actually, but again, that sort of 5th stump line, and Worrell's consistently got balls to explode off the surface from the Vauxhall end.
I think it's one of those deliveries actually that if you're Northants, you're thinking there's a lot of life in this pitch. You know, sometimes when you see scoring rates at around 2.5 and over, as it was for a lot of yesterday, and not many wickets, you think actually how much life is there in this pitch? Is it quite difficult to take wickets? And I think there have been quite a few balls that have really flown through, which will give a lot of encouragement to the likes of Sanderson and White, who will get to bowl on this later today, I'm sure.
Leaving again. You're spot on with your call a moment ago, but the experience of Nair, just not allowing himself to get sucked in here, and equally Worrell knows what he's doing. Nothing on the stumps in this over, and I doubt there will be with the 2 remaining. Worrell, who's been the pick of the bowlers for Surrey. Lifts it over the cord, and what a classy way to reach 3 figures. Karen Nair, for the 16th time in first-class cricket, gets the chance to raise his bat. Second game with Northants. A half-century in a low-scoring affair last week at Edgbaston, and here at the Kia Oval advances to 3 figures with his 17th boundary, 103 not out. Well played.
It's a brilliant innings. You know, we remember him for his triple 100 against England a few years ago, but this is only his second first-class 100 in his last 5 years. He got through a really difficult opening spell yesterday where Warren and Roach were bowling brilliantly, but as the innings has progressed, he's been more confident with his run scoring, and just like that, slightly overpitched by Warren, and he flicks it through mid-wicket for a single.
Clark with the sliding stop with his feet there. We're seeing that more and more in professional cricket. Ends the over where the 100 was raised, 104 for Nair, 61 for Taylor, a partnership that's been worth 106 for the 8th wicket so far. I can see here some light meters coming out onto the stumps for the first time today. I wouldn't be surprised if we're close to an interruption, although in noting that we're 5 minutes away from lunch, so maybe 2 overs.
Yeah, I think hopefully we'll get the last 2 overs in, and I think in the last hour or so this partnership between Nair and Taylor has completely changed the complexion of the game. Whisper it, Colo, but Surrey really have to go some now to force through victory. They still need to take 13 Northampton wickets.
Well, that's it, isn't it? They're in a situation now, Surrey, where whilst destiny remains in their hands in the title race, they wouldn't want to miss out here. They wouldn't want to miss the opportunity. Bowling first in favourable conditions. The onus will shift onto their batting group. You mentioned before they are somewhat depleted this week. Still very, very strong. So much depth here, which is why they're the top of the table and defending champions. But still.
But that fight for the title is just so relentless now. You have this team in Surrey that have won 8 out of 12, but Essex themselves, almost whenever Surrey don't win, Essex do. Which means that it's so important that every week you've got to get that win if you want the title.
Yeah, it's not like it was in 2016 where it was so many draws and it was a different kind of season, very flat pitches. Now it's tilted in favour of results.
I think there was a year in the early 2000s where Warwickshire won it with only just a handful of wins. So it's a completely different game to what it was even just a few years ago. And obviously we don't know how the weather will play out over the next couple of days, but Essex are going really, really well against Hampshire. Hampshire have got a brilliant bowling attack. Mohammed Abbas, Carl Abbott, Liam Dawson. Essex are 427 for 8.
Yeah, they put the foot down there, haven't they? Wouldn't be surprised if there's a declaration imminent there. My sense is that Essex they're going to suffer similar challenges with rain. They need to win, so the sooner they get the bowling boots on, the better, would be my instinct, given they've been batting beyond the 110 over mark. We're not quite yet there here, given the time lost yesterday. Squared up by Clark.
And this partnership, not only is it worth 106 runs, it is also lasted more than 20 overs. If it were to last another 20 overs, Surrey would not get their third bowling bonus point.
And that might be... they're 299 for 7, so we're still a run away from the next batting point. But I do wonder, with Taylor batting as well as he is, 61 from 68, hasn't seen much strike in the last couple of overs. There'll be one more before lunch. After the long break, they might come out and say, look, every point counts for us. If we're any chance of survival, we've got to have a tilt at 400 and going to have to bat in that fashion and give Nair some licence to go as well. Because it wouldn't really matter a tremendous amount if they were bowled out, because similarly for Northampton, they've got to take 20 wickets. They can't survive unless they win both games, so they're going to have to take 20 wickets from here in a game that will be reduced due to rain yet further from this point.
Definitely, as we see late change the bowling attack just before lunch. Jamie Overton replaces Dan Worrell from the Vauxhall end. We saw Overton deploy the short ball unsuccessfully to Taylor earlier today. I think it's a good call to bring on Overton from the Vauxhall end, where he's got a much bigger leg side boundary to play with. Earlier on, Taylor, although he did hit Overton very cleanly, he didn't actually have to be successful, so short was the leg side boundary. Got a man at deep square leg, long leg, 2 slips, and a man at gully.
So will Taylor keep swinging last over rather, before lunch? It's directed by Overton to begin, who's been bowled only occasionally since we returned for the last stretch of the championship a fortnight ago. Barely bowled, barely needed against Warwickshire. Most of the work done between Roach and Worrell and Clark. A couple of nunfers there, but with limited opportunities, and just his 11th over of the innings here. A slight niggle yesterday too. Did we get any further information about that groin niggle yesterday? Because he went straight back on the field, took a catch at second slip, was back in the attack shortly thereafter. That's the 300, by the way. That is the second point for Northants, which will tick over in a moment on the board. It does so now. No,
I'm pleasantly surprised that he came back on so quickly, as we just received news that this will not be the last over before lunch. The
12:40, of course,
has been extended by 10 minutes.
No, I should have clocked that being a shortened day yesterday will add 10 minutes to each session today, so we're still a couple of overs away from them walking off for lunch. Norcross shirking his responsibilities. He's barely been here this morning. One stint. Gets 10 more minutes in the lunchroom.
I think Surrey just in the last 20 or so minutes, I think they were re-energised when Nair got to 99, but otherwise have been a little bit flat as Jamie Overton, I think, has brought the ball to the umpire. And I think the umpire has said, no, keep going, nothing wrong with that ball. Which is generally a sign that the bowling team, ball's not very old at all. Generally a sign that they don't think the ball's doing as much as it should do.
It's in its 14th over, isn't it? That's the second newie. That's a better length if you're going to try and take the stumps out. But equal to it was Taylor. If this were to be a day where we don't get much play after lunch, returning on day 3, that will be very interesting for how Surrey take it on with the bat eventually. I mean, casting a long way forward here, but it might be one of those games where they need to consider being really creative, declaring behind, getting the bowling boots on again, all of these different considerations, because it's full points that they're after.
And it's complicated because of the bonus point situation as well.
Yeah.
Really difficult. I mean, Surrey have been very good all season at adapting to whatever situation they've encountered, but if the rain plays the sort of part we expect it to over the next 2 days, they might well have to get really creative.
It might even be where it's in the interest of both teams to get creative as we complete the 94th over. We saw Northants happy to play that game last week. It came off for them as well against Warwickshire. 303 for 7, so we'll have 2 more overs until lunch, where Northants declared their second innings closed at 72 for none, and that caused some consternation. People were like, what's going on here? Why would you do this? And I guess it was more 3-day cricket from a previous generation where captains would land on an appropriate chase where there was limited time. We're a long way from that kind of thing, but owing to the rain and the situation that Surrey and Northants both find themselves in at the top and the bottom of the table, not outside the realms of possibility that we could see something pretty interesting play out here on day 4. If the rain stays away, that is. It's a pretty bad forecast on day 4 as well.
And you referenced the 2016 Middlesex title win earlier. You know, the situation both teams find themselves in can positively help one of the sides go for the title. In that final game of the season, Middlesex versus Yorkshire, do Middlesex win that game if Yorkshire are in a relegation battle and need a draw? Probably not. The way Yorkshire batted that day was they needed to win themselves to win the title.
Yeah, there was some lob bowling on display that day at Lord's. Don't think we've seen lob bowling since then. I'll bring up the scorecard. Who was the... can't remember who it was who was sent out to bowl. Because the previous day, what complicated it there was Somerset winning in 3 days.
Yes.
Chris Rogers rattling off twin tons to complete his professional career. 75th and 7600s in his final game, which was fitting given what a century machine the left-hander was. down the leg side. Folks makes that look easy. I mean, so much attention to the end with the Roland Jones hat-trick and Middlesex winning by 61 runs, but to get to that point, as we scroll through the card, there was some fun and games with the ball.
One of the great county championship hundreds from Tim Bresnan, because I think Yorkshire needed to get, I think it was 350 and win. And Bresnan scored 150, I think, and put a lot of runs on with a tail to get them over the line to get that last bonus point. In the end, it didn't matter, but if Yorkshire won that game, that would have been pivotal.
Well, Bresnan got 142 not out, so Middlesex were all out 270 with a century from Gubbins, 1 of 4 for him in that campaign. Yorkshire applied with 390, so they're well ahead in the game. They're 120 ahead on the first innings, 142 not for Bresnan. Then in the third innings of the game, it's where it got interesting. Middlesex ended up getting to 359 for 6, so still behind, but being able to drag it to parity. Milan century, Gubbins 93. But it was towards the end, wasn't it? Stevie Eskenazi hit 78 not out in a hurry when they started throwing it up to him. Alex Lees might have bowled a couple of those overs. Adam Lythe as well, to help accelerate the run rate for Middlesex to get to the agreed jumping off point. And it left a target of 240 for Yorkshire on the final afternoon. Needed to go at about a run a ball or something like that, and they were all out 178. Roland Jones finishing it with a hat-trick, taking 6 for 54. A couple of wickets for Finney and 2 for Tim Murtagh, so strong attack.
Another light inspection for the umpires, and saw Jamie Overton once more in conversation with Ben Folkes about the state of the ball. I don't think Surrey are delighted with, as Adam said a couple of overs ago, it's just 15 overs old.
So this will be the final over before lunch for real this time. Taylor's just been slowed up a little bit in the last half an hour or so since I've come on commentary. He was really going for it before then. It's the charm of the championship, the way the points work. And you can disagree with the distribution of them, by the way. I know Andrew Sampson's a big advocate for starting them at 200 for batting points rather than 250 and getting more points in the game that way. Middlesex have only won 2 batting points for the whole season. But yes, there are so many different combinations and so many points on offer. The way the draws tweaked year on year as well. There was a couple of seasons ago, I know Joe Root was a big fan of sort of increasing the number of points for a draw when he was the captain of England, wanting to see teams fight it out more. Well, that kind of went out of fashion quite quickly and the draw went back down, as for what it's worth. A little waft, a rare waft from there. That was a get-out shot. Especially at this stage of proceedings, a few minutes before lunch, he was playing down the line at the middle stump and it went through about 5th stump, where it's at least where his feet were.
Yeah, he's been very deliberate with his footwork and shot making ever since he got to about 20 really. He was dropped early on by Jamie Overton at second slip, a huge moment in the game. Those 2 drops from Surrey, Nair early on and Taylor on naught. How pivotal they could be. He's
now faced 200 balls now. Another player to miss, this time on the inside edge. Just died as folks had to move away to his left.
As well as this Northampton pair have batted, and as well as Hassan Azad batted yesterday, I think Surrey will feel they haven't been quite as on it with the ball as we come to expect them to. I can't remember Ben Folkes taking so many balls, as many balls as this down the leg side, and I know that at times that has been the deliberate ploy, at times they had leg slip in place, but I don't think that has always been the case.
Oh, close leave.
It's a very good leave.
Close leave. So we've seen a couple of plays and misses, and then one that's gone over the top of middle and leg, not by far. That would have been a disastrous way for it to have ended for Nair. We get the side-on view here, we'll tell the story if we can. maybe not.
This should be the last ball of the session.
Yep, 20-1. Clock just ticked over. Last ball here, Overton. And that's another leave from there to finish. So they finished the session, Northampton, in pretty good nick. They started today at 171 for 6. They lost 1 wicket with the score on 193, so 22 runs after the resumption. That was Broad, who was caught in a juggled effort where folks eventually ended up with the ball from the bowling of Laws. He was out for 17. That was a partnership of 42. But this pair have batted delightfully, taking it from 193 for 7 to 306 for 7 along the way. Kieran Nair posting his 16th first-class century in his second game here, playing for Northampton. Done just about everything right after being dropped on 11 early yesterday. There with Tom Taylor playing his penultimate game for Northampton. He's off to Worcestershire next year, but making it count here at the Kia Oval. 65 from 74, and just changing the energy of the innings as well, coming out and playing in a counter-attacking way, Yas Rana.
A 130-minute session, a 135-run session for Northampton, just a 1 wicket for Surrey, despite the extra length of the morning session. Northampton absolutely brilliant. Cameron Nair looked good yesterday, he looked even better today. Tom Taylor looking to attack from the get-go. Jamie Overton tried to test him with a short ball, and Taylor just took it on with some success. He reaches the interval on 65 not out, Cameron Nair 107 not out, and Surrey, well, they need to take 20 wickets to win this game, and now that Northampton have got up to 306 already, and who knows what they could get up to, they're going to have to go some with the bat as well. And with Essex going very, very well at Chelmsford, Essex have actually just declared 447 for 9 declared at Chelmsford. Essex going well. Surrey in a real fight for this title.
All right, let's take our leave and grab a bite to eat downstairs. As we begin the lunch break, the conversation will be picked up by you, Yaz, and an interview recorded before the game with Tim Wigmore and Stefan Zeminski talking about their excellent book, Crickonomics. We'll be back here in about 35 minutes for the middle session, provided the rain stays away. Northants will be resuming at 306 for 7.
Top spots. To you, Tim, first, how did you navigate putting this book together? There are chapters as wide-ranging on why private schools produce batters and not many bowlers to Afghanistan, bringing cricket to Germany.
Yeah, so we sort of just got chatting. A lot of this was during COVID, so we didn't really do much in person, especially obviously we're across the pond from each other. So yeah, it was kind of trying to come up with basically a list of questions that we thought were interesting and hadn't necessarily been answered before, and could be kind of answered using some of Stefan's expertise. And trying to sort of think of those different approaches. That was just kind of being curious, and I was probably we probably both annoyed each other at times, but that's all part of the creative journey.
Never, that never happened.
So Stefan, when you started working on this book together, what was your aim really when you started?
Well, I guess everybody knows the famous CLR James quote, "What do they know of cricket? Only cricket know." And I think in some ways, we were looking to think about non-standard ways of thinking about the game. So ways in which the game might be influenced by external factors, which might not be immediately obvious and might not be of direct concern to the fan, but actually, in the end, influences the way things work. So if, again, you think about the way in which money comes into sports, that's a big issue everywhere, and it changes the game and it changes the meaning for fans. Fans often talk about the way they feel about changes in the game that are driven by economics, and then so it's interesting to think through, well, how does that happen? Why is it happening? And why is the game that you thought was worked in this particular way now seem to be working in some new and strange and often alarming way?
And you've got experience writing in a similar way about other sports as well. So you've written Soccernomics, which is about football. How would you compare your experiences writing about the economics of cricket versus the economics of football?
Well, there is a big difference, I think. And so, football is universal. Football is, and it's financially very big, and the club game in football is the biggest game there is. So it's the biggest game on the planet, in fact. And so, I mean, cricket is very different because historically it's largely been dominated by the economics, at least, have been dominated by the national teams. The club game has struggled since the 19th century, actually, to maintain itself and to thrive. And so now one thing we're seeing is some of the economic forces we're seeing come to play now are actually driving the growth of a club-based game. And so that's what in some ways makes it interesting as sort of a cricket's is sort of in a transitional phase. You know, a lot of its future is really up for grabs in terms of how central it's going to be in people's sort of sporting lives, as it were. And I think that makes it in some ways more difficult to study because there's often a lot less economic data available to actually analyze. But it also, in another way, you know, more interesting in the sense that it arguably cricket's at a crossroads, and therefore the question is, you know, which direction is it going to go? And whereas, you know, for the foreseeable future, football is going to continue to dominate the planet.
I mean, I guess cricket's historic reliance on international cricket is not something that's replicated in other major sports. And I guess there's a question over how you define what a major sport is. Is that right? And do you think that the direction of travel with cricket financially is sort of seeing how successful the American sports are and the Premier League are, and actually just using the popularity of cricket and moving closer towards what those sports are like?
Yeah, I think that's interesting. I mean, I think you could argue that, you know, in team sports, for example, rugby is in a very similar position. Rugby union historically is in a very similar position to cricket, where the international game dominates. Of course, the Americans are completely different in the sense that for them, they only care about their club game. They don't even care about what the rest of the world's doing. So it's not really an issue for them. Anyway, the international game. And so again, football is kind of unique there as being actually a fairly strong balance between the club game and the international game. But I think one of the things that rugby is facing, rugby union particularly is facing, and alongside cricket, is that's not necessarily sustainable in the long term. You need a stronger club economic base in order to make the international game thrive, and then getting that right balance and how to drive that. I mean, what I would argue that, you know, the historic mistake of cricket occurs at the end of the 19th century when they allow a 3 to 4 day game to become the centerpiece of domestic cricket. That's a nonsense. It's not the basis for any kind of support or interest in the game. And it's taken all this time to recognize, you know what, you need a game that you can play in a reasonable period of time where people can turn up to watch it. And still that meets quite a bit of resistance. But I think that is the only way in which cricket's going to thrive. And I know, you know, a lot of people, that will upset a lot of people to hear me say that. But I'm sorry, you know, that's why I'm an economist, right? Say things that people don't necessarily want to hear, but I think are, you know, fundamental truths about the way things operate.
No, I think that's very interesting. I think if you look at highlights of England matches from the 80s or 90s, I think we kid ourselves a lot in the UK that Test cricket has always been really popular. Turning up to Test matches has always been something that loads of people want to do. But actually, crowds at Test matches in England are better now than they were in the 80s or 90s. If you look at highlights of Botham's Ashes in 81, there are empty seats, and that's not something you get now. Tim, so obviously the big game changer in modern cricket is the IPL, but the IPL has now been with us for 15 years. So the big recent shift, in my view at least, is that there are so many other leagues that also attract the best talent. And as Stefan alluded to, underlying this is that the boards, other than the big three, generally don't make money from international cricket unless they're playing the big three. They actively lose money sometimes. South Africa have talked about having a revenue stream that's not dependent on India touring, for example. Even in the UK, Tom Harrison, when he was the ECB, said that he wanted England to have a revenue stream that didn't come from international cricket. I guess firstly, looking at the first premise there, in countries like South Africa, why does international cricket lose money? Is it actually that international cricket isn't as popular as we perhaps like to think?
I think that's the kind of uncomfortable truth, and that obviously in England we're pretty spoiled because most English series actually have a level of kind of historic resonance. I mean, obviously the Ashes, but actually almost everything else, there is a sense of actually playing England is often a very big deal to the England's opponents and stuff. So that does help, and clearly that the crowds. But if you look at say Sri Lanka v New Zealand or something, it's it's very hard to explain to the guy on the street what is the context of this, what is the overriding importance. And I think we looked at the financial accounts for Cricket West Indies, and I think we found in 2018, so they hosted Sri Lanka and Bangladesh, and they lost $20 million from that calendar year, which is just kind of staggering. And so the model of them is basically they rely on inbound tours really just from India and England, not even Australia. You don't necessarily make money because of time zones and stuff. So, and then obviously money from global events from the ICC. So actually, for example, in the Caribbean, actually crowds generally are better for the Caribbean Premier League than they are for West Indies home internationals. And so international cricket in that sense is in a opposition. I guess it probably always has been in an opposition. So what's changed is not so much the popularity of international cricket has gone down. That's not actually true as far as I can see. What's changed is actually because the T20 leagues have merged as a competitor, and basically then start something that's more popular, that is actually paying the bills. And obviously we're seeing that players can earn more on the free market. And so we see with Trent Boult, for example, obviously he's come back for the World Cup for New Zealand, but he's now rejected the central contract and so on. And for the kind of mid-size test playing countries, that will probably happen more and more unless there are more concerted attempts from the ICC, such as clear windows and even minimum salary payments and stuff for test cricket. It will take that kind of almost artificial action to protect the test game, so you can at least watch it and think more or less it will be the strongest teams from those countries actually playing each other, rather than the dystopian solution really, which is that you get test series comprise basically failed T20 players, which actually we're going to get a glimpse of that very dystopian future next February when South Africa tour New Zealand. South Africa's T20 league is happening at the same time, and they've said they're not picking anyone who's going to be in that league. So that takes away 50 South African players immediately. So it'll only be the sort of T20 rejects who make up that test tour, which could be a real shame.
And then when we talk about series or competitions making money, that essentially comes from broadcast revenue, right? And how is it that these leagues actually make money? The SA20, ILT20. You see a rich board like the ECB unable to financially compete with some of these newer leagues. And then from an outsider's point of view, you might be wondering, how is that happening? Is it IPL money influence? How does that work?
So I'll go first, but even with it, so the IPL, it took a decade for all teams to be making consistent profit every season. So like any startup, it's going to take a while. And we've seen leagues fold in the past when basically the economics hasn't added up. So there's not always a guarantee with these things, because obviously the Indian market is so much bigger than any other cricket market. And I think we saw with the failed leagues before, they were sort of trying to appeal to the Indian market. But actually, Indian market likes watching Indian cricket more than it likes watching just the sport in general, as Indian kind of executives often kind of said. So, so essentially, most of it, especially in a smaller economy where South Africa, they're not going to have the ticket prices are not going to be able to generate as much money as say in England. So that means that you are reliant on the TV market. And potentially a kind of what we might be seeing now is when IPL owners are going to own these teams, and they won't really care if they make money or not, because they will see them as almost a feeder for their IPL teams in the same way as Seth will know more, but in the kind of farm league system in Major League Baseball, where a big baseball team will own a few other sides, and their role will be to kind of feed into the main team. And that's potentially a future. And that's why you see, obviously, the IPL team names now littered, in the CPL and SAT20 and so on, and all these leagues around the world. So these leagues are partly doubling as development opportunities for players and coaches, and almost as guinea pigs, a way of teams to test tactics and coaching styles and stuff, because obviously what really matters and what does turn the needle for these owners is how well they do in the IPL.
Yeah, I mean, I think, yes, to go back to your point about where the money comes from, you're absolutely right. It pretty much all comes from broadcasting. That's the way you're going to make money. And that is one of the biggest problems for cricket in general, is that outside of England, India and Australia, there aren't really big broadcast markets available for the other countries. And that's going to hold them back kind of permanently. That's really not going to change unless they suddenly do a Saudi Arabia and discover massive oil wealth of some sort, which would enable them to pay for something that they don't have. Mostly it's because they don't have the population size, or they don't have the level of economic development that's going to enable them to pay, to have fans who will pay large sums of money to watch. And what you see in the sort of, think about the way we see it in the football world, Argentina and Brazil have for 100 years more produced much of the best football talent in the world, and they have second-rate national leagues because all of their best players are in Europe. And so, in that sense, I mean, that's how cricket. That's in many ways, the future of cricket is a more extreme version of that, where West Indies, New Zealand, Sri Lanka will continue to produce great players. Pakistan, of course, they're going to produce great players. Cricket's not going to die as a game that people play, but what's going to happen is that all that talent is largely going to migrate to India.
And yeah, just from a kind of almost more positive point of view, actually, for a young cricketer in the Caribbean, it's actually never been a better time to be a young cricketer in the Caribbean than there is now, because you can make so much more money than ever before. There's all these leagues around the world that if you don't make it in the national team for West Indies. So these changes, I think lots of people are very negative about them, but actually they open up some really exciting possibilities as well. And they could actually mean that when you get to the World Cups, the global events, you potentially actually have more very competitive teams who can, make a real impact in the tournament. It's just that talent is developing in a different way to how it's traditionally developed.
I guess the negativity comes from people who love Test cricket. They're looking at the direction of travel, and there's a very real concern that, well, at the moment, England, Australia, and India just keep on playing each other more and more. Tim, as you mentioned, there's that South Africa New Zealand series where South Africa will be taking a C or D team to it. West Indies are playing less Test cricket than they've ever played before. So I guess Test cricket, it does feel that a lot of change is happening. It's sort of being left behind, and I wonder, Tim, is English cricket in danger of being left behind, in that a lot of its revenue comes from subscriptions to watch Test cricket essentially on Sky. Next summer, Sri Lanka and West Indies are coming over. I think 15 years ago, or I think 2007, maybe West Indies and Sri Lanka also came over. The prospect of West Indies and Sri Lanka coming over is very different to what it used to be. These are much weaker Test nations, sort of as a result of the financial inequality in the international game. Do you think there's a danger that without having a tier one white ball competition and being overly reliant on bilateral cricket, there's a danger that England is sort of left behind?
So England is financially a very kind of anomalous position in the global game. It's the only country that actually, as you say, does get the bulk of its money from home Test matches. For India, it's the IPL. For the small countries, it's really from the ICC pot. So does that actually mean that England, in the idea of enlightened self-interest, basically, actually would make sense for England to share the money where they can a bit more? And there used to be a structure where visiting teams would actually get a tour fee, and this doesn't, or percentage of the tour. It used to be they get 20% of gate receipts. They don't anymore. So you think about the economics of England against West Indies. So England will say, well, you come here, we come to you in return. But actually, that's not an equal deal at all, because West Indies, when they come to England, that generates so much more money for England than England come to West Indies, notwithstanding the Barmy Army does for West Indies cricket, simply because the economy is so much bigger in England. So actually, I think if you're going to be serious about thinking how can you make Test cricket sustainable and have more than just 3 or 4 teams that people want to watch, want to pay a lot of money to watch and pay their TV subscriptions to, then actually looking at that sort of thing is something that would be very smart. And obviously cricket's administrations have always been very, very bad at this sort of thing. But obviously, also to go back to your question, the big rationale for the 100 really was, England was seeing where the wind was blowing with bilateral cricket, and basically very worried that unless Australia or India are coming, there wasn't going to be sufficient interest in it to kind of generate the money that they wanted, which is why the idea for the 100 coming about. And I have a hunch, as I'm sure many people do, that there'll eventually be some form of private investment in the 100, and will be a situation where England doesn't need. The Ashes is almost like the Ryder Cup. It's a lovely extra, but it's not almost the beating heart of the game. And so next summer is a fascinating test of whether England can begin to sustain a kind of summer without marquee opponents, with all due respect to us in Sri Lanka. But in theory, because England does have the appeal from home internationals, England are actually in quite a good position relatively, and from a kind of financial position, they are. I think they have the second best position in the world after India. India obviously are comfortably ahead of everyone else, but England is still in a pretty decent position.
Stefan, if you were to predict almost what the next 10, 15 years of Test cricket looks like, how do you see it changing from now on?
Well, my answer to this kind of question is always to say we should go ask the kids what they like. And because they are the future of Test cricket. It's what young people today think they want to watch. Now, I mean, I love watching Test cricket. I can sit and watch a 5-day Test match, no problem. That's easy for me to do. But I'm not the future of Test cricket. That's for sure. You need to know what those young kids are interested in. And I mean, the data that we saw when we were researching the book suggested that not only it's certainly in the UK, is cricket not that popular to begin with, but Test cricket is really not the top of the pile. And the extent that kids are interested, they're interested in the short version of the game, and they're interested in the excitement that can bring. Now, it seems to me that the future of Test cricket then in that context is you go on supplying a product to old fogies like me out of sentimentality that requires a subsidy, right? You have to pay extra money. Could that convert young people to become interested in it? Maybe, but more likely thing is that the game transforms. And in fact, one of the points you make in the book is that cricket has changed many times over. There's sometimes this perception that cricket's always been the same. It's not. It's changed. And there's nothing wrong if one particular format sort of dies out. And I think Tim's Ryder Cup analogy is kind of perfect for that. The Ashes will never die. There'll always be an Ashes, but it's sort of a unique one-off. I guess India-Pakistan Test matches will always be something, right? There'll always be something there.
They're played.
But outside of that, there's not really, there's not really that much interest and not that much focus. And as my generation dies out, maybe we just move on and the world says, well, we'll have a different version of cricket for the rest of the 21st century.
One of my favorite parts of the book was examining the historical difference in production of batters versus bowlers in England. I sort of suspected this might be the case, but I didn't realize it had literally been commented on for 100 or so years. Essentially, it's that private schools historically have been much better at producing elite batters than they have been fast bowlers. And there was an interview with someone from Kent a couple of months ago in the Cricketer, where it was put to them that Kent didn't have a very good recent record of producing fast bowlers. And the response was, well, with the exception of Tom Laws and Gus Atkinson at Surrey at the moment, southern counties have struggled to develop homegrown fast bowlers in recent years. And I know that there are a few exceptions, Cook and Porter at Essex, for example. But Tim, why is it the case that southern counties in particular have a problem really in producing elite fast bowlers?
Yeah, so I think if you think about what it takes to produce a elite batter versus an elite bowler, so in general, what matters more, kind of nature and nurture. Nature is more important for producing elite bowler. If you have a guy who's 6'8" and he's got the athleticism, then even if he only has that growth spurt, when he's 16 or whatever, actually he's athletic, he has the raw materials. He doesn't actually need necessarily that many hours of practice relative to become a really good bowler. Whereas with batters, obviously there's more variety in there's just the heights of batters, for example. So in theory, kind of more people have the potential to be batters potentially, and in general, batting is just a more resource-intensive thing to produce. It's more resource-intensive to produce runs, i.e. the pitches and wickets that you have matter a lot more, which again speaks to the advantage that you see in the southern counties, where actually often those players come from relatively small number of private schools. They often play very good wickets. They have very good coaching. They have people to bowl at them, which is really important. Also, the kind of difference between an open and a closed skill. So with bowling, even if you're bowling to rubbish people, actually a Yorker to me is actually maybe the same as a Yorker to a really elite international batter. But actually, if you're a batter and you're facing bowlers who are rubbish, that's actually very hard to develop as well. And then obviously you have now a bit of an arms race amongst the private schools for different wickets. I think the example of Millfield's always good here. So they have special tailor-made nets to replicate the bounce of the whacker. They have other wickets designed to replicate spin bowling wickets in Sri Lanka and India, and then other wickets just to design normal English pitches and stuff. So it's a remarkable array of conditions that people can enjoy there. So and there is this goes back to the 19th century of cricket, where you would get the landowners would get their kind of labourers to bowl them, basically because batting is more fun, and whether that's still some of that still holds today. But it is remarkable how someone we talked a lot about that, all the changes in cricket, but actually if you told someone in the 19th century of all the things that they could understand, almost number one would be you could just produce an England team and say, Zach Crawley from Kent, blah blah blah, Mark Wood from Durham. They'll say, okay, yeah, that batters and bowlers, that they come from more or less where they always have come from.
Yeah, I find it utterly fascinating. Just wary we don't have too much longer. One of my other favourite chapters was a really positive chapter on the recent history of New Zealand cricket. I think people don't realise just how far they've come and how extraordinary their story is. One of the smallest populations among full members, and they are consistently at the business end of every competition. They obviously won the World Test Championship. They've got to 2 World Cup finals in 50 over cricket in a row. They got to a T20 World Cup final recently. Stefan, talk us through how that happened, because that's almost sort of goes against the current narrative of how international cricket teams are successful. They are not resource rich.
It is an extraordinary story, and one of the things I think we concluded was there wasn't one thing that they did. There was a whole kind of sort of 10-20 year movement behind this, really starting at the beginning of the millennium, where they brought in this guy Christopher Doig, who was an opera singer of all things, and absolutely transform the organizational structure. And a lot of this had to do with organization and saying, well, we're going to get the right people. They also had an awful lot of natural advantages. Remember, this is the country of the All Blacks, unquestionably, or maybe questionably, but probably one of the greatest teams ever on the planet. And you've got something to model yourself on then. And although they didn't copy the All Blacks exactly, they had this belief that we can turn ourselves into something like that. And I think, the key point for me coming out of this was it wasn't one thing. It was a whole series of small things that they did. Getting the wickets right, getting the grounds right, getting the structure of the provincial teams right. All of these little things that sort of on their own wouldn't have changed everything. But when you took them together, they led to this remarkable transformation.
I just to add to that, I think New Zealand, maybe more than any other country, have a genuine culture that puts the national team first. So there's lots of examples of New Zealand coaches would literally, like with BJ Watling, so he was opening the batting, and New Zealand coach Mike Hesson would just call up the Northern District coach and said, actually, we'd like Watling to be our keeper batter. And then the next game, he moves down to 5 and the keeper batter. And they have lots of examples in England of, I think Ollie Pope famously didn't bat at 3 for Surrey ever before he batted at 3 for England. So those little things do all make a difference, and professionalisation of the game there. And so it's become, in this kind of quite odd way, almost kind of a stirring antidote to what we have, a kind of idea of almost financial determinism, where the big 3 have the most money, therefore that they win. So New Zealand have become this antidote to that. And actually, if you're researching this, you forget that New Zealand until 2000, their history was a very underwhelming history, really. And so what they've done since 2000 has been really remarkable, and I think something for other countries, especially outside the big three, to learn from.
I guess you see that in the story of New Zealand, but also in English cricket as well. The talent idea is something that has really improved in recent years. To either of you, do you think that cricket is seeing like a real professionalization on how talent is identified from quite a young age?
So just to speak about England mainly, obviously we talk about the idea of multiple eyes multiple times, and you have a kind of comprehensive scouting network. And so the stat that England like to say is about 2/3 of their national team players have come from the under-19s, which they say both shows that broadly it's working, and B, that it's not too close to guys who don't make it. Obviously, you don't want a system that closes off players, but based on what they are like in their teens. And I think what we're really going to see transform it, and we are beginning to see this, is actually the money from IPL teams. Actually, they're going to have more money to find the next kid from Sri Lanka or whatever than the Sri Lankan ball will ever have done. And actually, especially with these almost quasi farm teams around the world, there's going to be a real incentive for that. And we've actually seen in the PSL, we've seen these kind of open talent academies and talent found through that. So I do think actually it will be private enterprise. It will be the private leagues that drives this really transformation. Because we talked about New Zealand and what they've done is fantastic, but to give an example, their revenue, their budget is less than Surrey's alone. So all the good practice and stuff is great, but actually, if you have a different if you have IPL cash, that there's so much more that you are potentially able to do.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I would add is that cricket has been through its Moneyball moment, just like, and that's true really of every sport. So the application of computing, data collection, data science to sports is sort of a universal phenomenon, and that's made talent identification a much better run, and England has benefited to that, for example. But I would say the other thing is that strikes me about England cricket, we still have this deep-seated racism problem, and one of the consequences of that is we don't get the best cricket teams we could have. And racism is not just offensive, it's actually stupid. We deny ourselves the opportunities to get the best talent that we have in the country.
Yeah, something I've always thought about is that in the semi-recent past is that the production, the South Asian players who often make it to professional cricket tend to be super talented. Someone like Adil Rashid is England's best ever leg spinner, or use another example at Yorkshire, Admiral Shazad bowled 90 miles per hour. But actually, not that many players who averaged 30 with a bat in county cricket got long professional careers.
And this was true in English football in the 1970s and 80s. Then, if you were black, you had to be twice as good as the average white player to get a game. And English football, to its credit, actually ultimately dealt with that. There's still problems of racism in English football, but that's not, in terms of selection of players, that's not really the issue. And but cricket, it seems to me, is perhaps stuck a little bit where English football was in the 70s and 80s.
Well, we've covered quite a lot in the last half an hour, but our time has unfortunately run out. There is so much more that we've not touched on that is in the book. Tim and Stefan, a pleasure to talk to you both. Crickonomics is available at all good bookstores. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks very much. It's in paperback now.
Awesome. Thanks a lot, guys.
Cheers.
Thanks. You guys.
See ya.
Bye.
Bye.
welcome back the umpires.
Good afternoon, folks, and welcome back to our live coverage from the Kia Oval. Bit of hard yakka for Surrey this morning. Northants putting up real resistance, 306 for 7, and Karen Nair has been the star of the show. 107 not out from 203 deliveries. He's been absolutely beautiful to watch. Some vintage classical Indian stroke play throughout the morning session as Surrey became increasingly frustrated, and a current unbeaten partnership between Karen Nair and Tom Taylor, who came in and really changed the tempo and emphasis of this innings with a sparky unbeaten 65 from 74. They came together with the score on 193, so they've put on 119. It's been absolutely outstanding stuff. And Surrey, well, they need things to happen and happen quickly here. This was not on the cards when they inserted Northants under grey slate skies yesterday morning. They thought they were going to get it done and done quick. And now we are into the 5th session of this game, and Northants are still going strong. So Yas Rana is alongside me. It's been an intriguing morning, emphatically belonging to Northants, Yas, and suddenly Surrey are having to confront one or two conundrums here, and especially with the radar, the weather forecast not especially in their favour. How do they find a way through to getting a positive result in this one?
We're almost forgetting the connotations around the championship at the moment. We've just got a really good match on our hands here. This partnership between Taylor and Nair has gone from Northants frustrating Surrey and slowing them down in their pursuit of victory to Northants actually being in a potentially in a position of ascendancy themselves. 306 for 7, and I was saying with Colo before the lunch break, the pitch has got a lot in it. You know, quite a few deliveries from Dan Warren in particular, really flying through to Ben Folks behind the stumps. A lot of life in this pitch. Tom Laws looks like he'll open the bowling at the start of the second session, bowling from the Mickey Stewart members pavilion end.
For the first time in the game as well from that end. Left alone outside off stump first up, so 4 for 66 from his 18, Tom Laws. Everything from the JM Finn stand end as we look at it. First time from the Mickey Stewart members pavilion end in the match for Tom Laws, and he's been the standout, I would say, alongside Dan Worrell, who's provided some excellent support. Luckless really, 1 for 73 from his 25. Jordan Clark's got through good work as well, 1 for 43 for him. Inside edge, and he'll pick up a single. So field spread now really, as we saw before lunch, with a bit of leg theory in play. Didn't work against Tom Taylor. They tried to unsettle him and he was good for it. Jamie Overton explored the middle of the pitch and Tom Taylor went for it, and he pulled it off, literally.
I think square leg umpire just lost his hat. I think we've got blustery conditions here at the Kia Oval, and the umpire's hat flew all the way to the boundary.
So yeah, we do have play. The lights are on. Just shy on the half volley from the toe end of Nair's bat. Perhaps a sign of how he's going to approach this afternoon session, however long we get with that weather wandering in. Hopefully it passes us by. I think earlier in the piece he'd have probably just let that one go by, but perhaps he's going to look to play a little bit more expansively, yes.
Yeah, I mean, much of our focus has been on what Surrey need to do, but also Northants in a relegation battle themselves and very much up against it, just one win all season. But if they are to stay up, they're going to need to force a result here and next week against Essex as well. And we've been going to Chelmsford and seeing how Essex has been going on, but in the relegation battle, Middlesex are struggling against Warwickshire at home, Kent are struggling away to Somerset. So if Northants do get over the line here, you never know, they could pull off the great escape. And in terms of how they're going to play it this afternoon, quick runs, getting that next batting bonus point, and actually allowing themselves enough time to take 20 Surrey wickets as much as anything else is very important.
Yeah, it's a long shot, but it's mathematically possible.
And that little burst from Tom Taylor and Nair sort of went up through the gears in the morning session. Surrey's fields have been a bit in out, so you've got 3 men on the boundary at the moment, so singles have been there for the taking. 4 men out, sorry. And they've just been able to rotate the strike and go at 3-4 runs and over without taking too many risks. And we saw Jamie Overton in particular asking the umpire about the state of the ball just before lunch. Surrey definitely don't think this new ball has done as much as they'd expect.
Yeah, that's been quite evident. If anything, it helped Northants get a bit of a shift on when that new ball did come. So 307 for 7 now, 97 overs in. This was not on the cards when Rory Burns won the toss yesterday morning. All kinds of permutations now developing in this cricket match, and of course an eye as well 40 miles east of here down to Chelmsford in Essex, where Essex have declared 447 for 9 and they pulled them in. Hance just getting going, 4 for no loss into the second. Jamie Overton, it's close, given. Yas, pretty plumb.
Yeah, I don't think we need to see a second look at that dismissal to make up our minds about it. Jamie Overton strikes his first ball after resumption in the second session, full and straight. Arguably something that Surrey haven't done enough of in this game. They bowled a lot of short stuff, targeted the hit quite a lot. Overton used the short ball a lot to Taylor first up, but full and straight does the trick, and Surrey get that 8th wicket and a 1 wicket closer. Yeah, that's out. 1 wicket closer to getting that crucial 3rd bowling bonus point, which isn't a given. There are only 13 overs for them to take it, and also you never know what Northants are going to do in terms of declaration, because as we said, they need as much time as possible to take 20 wickets themselves.
Yeah, pretty adjacent, taking out middle and leg. No complaints whatsoever from the batsman, who just turned on his heels and walked. An easy decision for the umpire. 307 for 8. This game is moving along. It's very, very blustery out there. You can see Surrey's fieldsmen as they're congregating after that wicket. You can see the shirts billowing, 1 or 2 rather rugged, chilly looking faces out there. And you have to feel as well for the school kids at deep mid wicket. They're wrapped up in their fluorescents and their coats, but this is a harsh introduction to the rigours of county cricket in late September.
Well, it might just be that they're situationed close to the effects mic, but they've made a good noise all day.
They have.
But a really crucial passage of play here. Obviously, Cameron Nair still at the crease. Ben Sanderson comes to the crease right now. But there is a bit of weather about, and a bit of weather that might be approaching really quite soon. So Surrey want to wrap up this Northants innings as quickly as possible. When they inserted Northants yesterday morning, I don't think they would have envisaged them still bowling in the 5th session of the game. I know we've lost some time to rain, but 97.1 overs into the innings, Northants still going strong.
So as Yas says, Ben Sanderson, new man in, open stance. And he's bowled him, first ball. He stayed leg side, and Overton was good enough to beat the outside block. And it tips the top of off stump, flies over Ben Folkes' head off the top of the bails. Beautifully done, and suddenly Jamie Overton is on a hat-trick. This is exactly what Surrey needed straight after lunch. 9 down now, 307 on the board.
Well, I said that Surrey had 13 overs to take that 9th wicket for the final bonus point. Only needed 1 ball. Again, Jamie Overton full and straight, and Phil called it. Sanderson in a very open start and giving Overton 3 stumps to target, and target them he did. Full and straight, hitting the top of off stump. Excellent from Overton.
Yeah, well bowled. It does raise the question, Yas, as where this was in the morning session. There was some theories to Tom Taylor that didn't really come off. They went on the bouncer ploy really, and it didn't really quite work for them, and for a time that partnership really did get away from Surrey, but they're back on it this time round after lunch. 9 down now. They need to get this done as soon as possible and get batting. Whatever play we'll have this afternoon, you can imagine that Surrey will have their foot to the floor. Overton, who of course went off gingerly this time yesterday with what looked like a tweaked groin from up here. Returned maybe 45 minutes later, stood in the slips, and then managed to get back to the crease to bowl later yesterday afternoon. Well, he looks in fine fettle now. He's getting it down there at fair lick, and he's on a hat-trick here.
3 slips and 4 slips really in play. Short cover as well.
Oh, I tell you, if that had been quick enough and straight enough on the base of that off stump, then he was in business.
Well, I think it was quick enough, and similar to the last ball, number 11 Jack White gave Overton 3 stumps to target. He didn't quite get his line right.
It was there for him, no doubt about it. Still, he has another shy here. 2 wide. Turns on his heels, slightly frustrated. Still, he has 2 more deliveries to get this innings done here. It's a very useful intervention because Northants had really got away from Surrey before lunch.
And on the ploy to Taylor, I think what would be frustrating for Surrey is actually they arguably made the same mistake yesterday as Overton comes around the wicket with leg slip in place. And White leaves well. Is that yesterday he spent a lot of time bowling short to Hassan Azad, and although he didn't look particularly comfortable at times, he also didn't really offer many chances until he got out, and he actually got out playing at it, trying to score runs off a short ball for one of the first times in his innings. And similarly with Taylor today, Taylor looked pretty comfortable against a short ball and scored runs against it early on.
Swing and a miss. End of the over then, and a good one for Surrey. 3:07 now for 9. 98 in the book. Cameron there, by the way, sorry, Yas, just continues along his merry way. 107 from 207. Just briefly, just to look at that game-shifting partnership between Tom Taylor and Karen Nair. They came together in the 72nd over, 7 for 193 at the time. Northants were, and Surrey would have been thinking, knock them over 200, 220 and get right back in the game. Well, they put on 114 in very, very quick time. 27 overs, 26 overs in fact it took. Here we go. This is a sign of intent. He's got enough of it. It may well plug. It does, and good work down fine at long leg by Dan Warren. So just a couple, but this is a sign of how Karen Nair is going to go now.
Yeah, definitely. We didn't see Jack White look to take on the bowling of Jamie Overton towards the end of that last over. So I think we know exactly what Karen Nair is going to do.
Straight away puts the man out at mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket, and so you now have 6 men in all on the boundary, 4 of them leg side, in a huge arc from long on all the way round to a fine leg really. +2 on the offside. Slip, backward point. Rory Burns pushing himself back as well to deepish mid-off. Make that 4 more. Fortune favours the brave. Takes him on to 1-1-1 now.
It's the way to go for Northants and Karen Nair. They need to score. If they're going to be out there, they should be looking to score runs quickly. They need as much time as possible for them to take 20 wickets or get the next bonus point, which is 39 runs away.
Okay, I'm afraid to say, folks, it is starting to spit a little bit. Those clouds are homing in on us here in South London. It was predicted around about now. Lights taking effect, as we can see. Shadows lengthening out there. We will play on for now. It's not due to be that heavy just yet, so hopefully this will just pass us by. 3-1-1 for 9. Tom Law's in again. And he will stay there, as we assumed. Karen Nair is going to try and take as much of the strike as possible with Jack White an authentic number 11 at the other end. Three deliveries gone, so perhaps he'll be looking to take this one and then look for a single from one of the final two. More bowled this time, shorter, above the eye line. One for the over.
8 men on the fence now. Only man not Dom Sibley, who's stationed at first slip. A bit of conversation between the Surrey fielders as to whether, with 2 balls left in the over, this is the time for a couple of them to come in. And it looks like Burns has brought himself into mid-off. Kemar Roach is coming in from log-on to a normal mid-on, mid-wicket. And there are a couple of men in the ring on the offside as well. Which also means boundary options for Nair are available.
He's tried to periscope that one. He somehow managed to... didn't get into the onside for a single to mid-wicket. I'm glad we're not on the radio, Yas. Because that would have been a challenge. My sympathies to the box next door. And it's a no ball as well. Oh, that is frustrating stuff by Tom Laws. He holds his hand up and acknowledges the mistake.
But it means he gets 2 deliveries rather than 1 at white. And yeah, Nair sort of going for the shot that got him to his 100. Obviously he played a brilliant shot, sort of guiding it over the slip cordon to reach 3 figures, and he went for it again there, because there is, despite Surrey having I think 5 men on the fence for that delivery, still a very, very large gap between deep third and fine leg, but now a more conventional field in place for white.
And he's driven it down the ground. That will go for 4. It's well timed. It was in the block hole, into the pads. Tom Laws pushes it right up there, trying to get the ball to swing. Well, this ball has been pretty docile, unresponsive since it was taken some 20 odd overs ago. 19 overs into this new ball now, and it's offered very little for these Surrey seamers. 4 more to the score, 318 for 9.
We didn't see much from White in the previous over, but this time full and straight from Laws, and he's driven it firmly down the ground and well deserving of the 4 runs.
Lets it go by, so we move on.
He's got a great leave, White. When he doesn't want to play it, he really shows he doesn't want to play it. As soon as he is aware that the ball is not hitting the stumps, he completely gives up.
This will be an interesting contest now with Jamie Overton with his dander up here, and Karen there obviously looking to open those shoulders now. He's already on 112. Does he perhaps, give himself a little room, try and carve it through the offside? Much longer boundary, of course, batting from the Mickey Stewart Members Pavilion end. How would you go here if you were him?
I was just about to say I'd expect him to try and play that periscope shot again, but we've just seen Dom Sibley drop from first slip to a fly slip, which I think is a smart move from Rory Burns. I suspect Nair will look to give himself room. I think we'll see some short stuff, and I think Nair will target the offside.
He may well try and follow him here, Jamie Overton. Yeah, he does. Ooh. That's well bowled. Yeah, you can't take too many liberties with a 6'3" seamer of that kind of pace. And I think Overton anticipated what Nair would have been potentially trying to do, give himself a bit of room, and all you can do is just fend that one off from your chest area. That was a brute of a ball. He's bowled fast here since lunch. Playing a miss. Yeah, and he's just shaking that bottom hand. It was a nasty blow, first ball of this over. Good contest, Yas.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that strike on the gloves will be another reminder to Nair that he doesn't really gain anything from looking to defend it here.
It's gone onside, shifted across, outside his off stump, managed to get it under edge. I think Overton would have been in business if he'd missed that, and he stays sitting on his bat at the striker's end. 3 deliveries gone, no run so far from this one.
I like in passages of play like this where the batter is trying to score quickly, the bowler is one thing, he wants to take that last wicket. Quite often on the scorebook though, very little happens because of where the fielders are.
He's gone down the ground this time, but he cloths it, and he's definitely
in real pain.
Yeah,
real pain.
Really discomforted by that blow on the bottom hand, and you can see he's shaking it vigorously, trying to just take a little bit of time out of this game here, moving out to square leg. Clear discomfort. You'd have thought he may have called for the spray, but soldiering on, and the field does come up now.
And Phil, I'd say that in that shot you almost see that he wasn't gripping the bat as he normally would. That hand that's causing him pain, dropping off the bat as he played the shot, and as a result not getting hold of it at all. Yeah, I'm surprised he's not called on the physio given the discomfort he's in.
Where does he go here?
Shot.
Gorgeous shot of the day. Bottom hand, in pain or no, he shovels it with absolute control and precision between straight mid wicket and wideish mid on. Pure class.
That's pure bottom hand as well. If we look at the replay, that's pretty much the perfect Yorker from Jamie Overton. Maybe a fraction short of Yorker length, and there hasn't really moved his feet. He just sort of whipped it through the line. He's beaten mid on for 4. Again, not much foot movement there from there. As he wafts at one outside off stump. End of the over, 3-2-2 for 9.
Yeah, I think he might have been waiting for another body shot there. Overton did him. Angled outside off stump, and so it will be Jack White to face up to Tom Laws. Tom Laws looking for his 5 bag here, and he will fancy it now with a clear run at the number 11. He'll be sticking to his right arm round angle. 3 slips, a leg gully as we look at it. Yeah, keeping leg gully in. I'm going to take 3rd slip out now and move him into mid wicket. So definitely going to try and bowl straight here, give himself a bit of cover. Short one, ducks underneath it, almost falls off his feet there, does Jack White, but negotiates it easily enough in the end.
Yeah, I think with that man at leg gully and square leg, probably a 5-10 yards closer in than he'd ordinarily be, you can expect some short stuff from Laws to White.
Too wide. Just needs to stay on this here, does Tom Laws. Don't get frustrated. He's been the pick so far today. Tore through that middle order yesterday, and it's been impressive again since lunch. 4 for 78 from his 20. And he will be desperate to round that up to 5. Swing and a miss. It was there to hit. Only the 1 5 bag before in first class cricket. Taken 5 lots of 4, but he seems to have an effect every single time he plays in red ball cricket, does Tom Laws. But this will be another landmark moment if he can just find a tickle here or power one through the left-hander to pick up his 5. Averaging just 22 in first class cricket with the ball as well. Speaks volumes. Not this time. Closer though. Throws his head back in supplication.
I think if you're being hypercritical of Laws, he's obviously done a really good job this innings. He's not hit the stumps yet this over. Obviously White drove him down the ground for 4 towards the end of the previous over, but 4 balls so far. 1 ball dug in, 2 balls well outside off stump. And White wafted at both of them, but you've only got 2 slips in, so it's one of those where if you flash hard you could get away with it.
Foolish this time on the stumps, not timed at all. So he has one more delivery at the number 11.
It's amazing that when bowlers, top bowlers, encounter a number 11 batter, that they throw what they normally do out the window quite quickly.
Driven again, better this time, and they could have picked up a couple. They choose not to. That was a misjudgment, to say the least.
I think Karen there is frustrated that they've not picked up two there.
Yeah, he was in such a mindset of blocking it out and staying in his hutch that the number 11 turned down an easy 2 there after the misfield from Rory Burns. No matter, 3-2-2 for 9. Northants really doing this well. They've now batted for 101 overs in this innings. And when you think about the apocalyptic conditions in which they emerged yesterday morning, knowing how effective Surrey have been with this tactic of bowling first here at the Kia, that's been really, really impressive. They'd have been down on their luck after their defeat last week to Warwickshire. Can't praise them enough here. Karen Nair, 116. In at the body, just trying to help that one round. No doing. He's not trying to get too funky just yet. He's not exposing his stumps.
I think he's probably got a couple of shots in his mind that he's comfortable playing, and if the ball isn't in those areas, I think he's very comfortable just playing a dot ball. And I think, we talk about the players that Surrey are missing, but this is pretty much as strong as it gets in terms of their pace bowling attack. Big
swing and a miss this time. He was trying to go long and straight. I think that's a smart move by Jamie O, just to hang it outside off stump with 4 men on the offside boundary, and he will have to throw his hands at it now, you would think. In fact, 5 men went. I forget about the backstop there, who's merged into those white seats right all the way underneath there, the members' pavilion. Well bowled in at the body again, and Karen there, he's not mucking around here. Fair play to him. He's trusting in his man at the other end. He's not going to do anything too funky. He's not going to give it away. Must be such a joy for a cricketer like him, who loves his red ball cricket but has played so little of it. You want to make as much of these chances as possible. And batting here in South London doesn't come around very often.
It's a really special innings.
Yeah.
Only one side has scored 350 against Surrey all season. Here, Northants are in late September.
Between bat, pad and leg stump, that was a tight one. Surrey's body language, they're trying to stay up on this, but it's hard yakka now, really.
It's really good from Jamie Overton. Only just misses that leg stump. He's causing there some problems. Obviously hit him in that last over, and since that blow, Nair hasn't looked quite as comfortable as he did previously. He played that one brilliant flick through mid-wicket, but aside from that, he struggled to get bat and ball.
2 balls to go. Field comes up offside. Flicks it into the onside, slightly airborne, but safe enough, and he will take the single this time, leaving Jack White with just 1 ball to face.
It's a very good shot for 1, that.
Yeah, didn't try and overhit it and potentially bring in the deep mid-wicket. Canny batting. Fascinating contest, this.
Now Surrey adjust the field for the number 11. 2 slips in play, which surprises me a little bit. It's the last ball of the over. There's no danger of White trying to nick a single. Got 3 men behind square, 2 on the leg side, 1 man at deep third.
Overton then round the wicket. Foolish, too wide, frustrating from Surrey perspective. And they have to go again, 102 overs. Northants keep ticking them off here. And as and when this innings is done and dusted, Yas, and Northants pick up the new ball, they will fancy that they have the components in their seam attack to offer a little bit on this pitch, you would think.
Definitely. I mean, Northampton's very, very nearly defended 150 against Warwickshire last week. Ben Sanderson obviously took that hat-trick, but Jack White has had a lot of success at this level in the past, and I don't think... I think this is a pitch that will offer the bowlers something to work with. I mean, with how well Surrey have bowled, they maybe could have done better, but they've also created enough chances to bowl Northamptonshire out for around about 220. You know, that there was that drop catch by Jamie Overton when Karen Nair was on not many. There was a drop catch from Cam Steele today when Tom Taylor was on naught. Those chances get taken, and both chances created from when Surrey looked to pitch the ball up and swing the ball. It could be a very, very different game if those catches were taken, and Northampton will think that, you know, if we hit our areas early, take our chances, that this game, weather dependent, is there for the taking.
Absolutely that. He's in again, Tom Laws, looking for 5. Another swing and a miss. Carbon copy, really. Trying to give himself almost too much room here. And with Laws tending to hang it outside his off stump, he's not been close to these two. The thinking is right, but he just wants to move his alignment a wee bit more towards his off stump, outside off stump even, and target that short boundary.
You know, Nair is almost stubbornly sticking to his original position.
That is in the slot, and that is spanked into the Galadari stand. Thank you very much. That sat up. He barely had to extend his arms. All timing, all class. First 6 of the innings for Karen Nair. 123 now.
It's in the slot, as Phil says, but also the line was there for Nair to hit. The last few balls that Nair has targeted have been slightly outside off stump, and he's lost his shape a little bit, but this was slap bang in the arc, and it's a shorter boundary to the leg side. He didn't need to middle it for it to go for 6. He did middle it, and it went 20 or so rows back.
You lose the sight of the ball here a little bit from our angle, but you can just tell by the shape of the shot and the sound it makes.
And the angles of the heads of each player as they look at the ball, sail over their heads.
Now this is going to drop short again. An eccentric shot. It was well above the head, let alone the eye line. He was trying to help it round, I think. In the end, managed to periscope it just over the bowler's head. There's some eccentric cricket being played here. It must be maddening for the home side as they come in again. In fact, they're just going to bring another man over onto the onside. So we're now looking at a 5-4 leg side field with a backstop who may as well be leg side. Jamie Overton goes into straightish mid wicket on a catching position. 3 men from long leg to mid wicket. 2 balls to go. Inside edge, past off stump and runs away for 4 more. Infuriating for the home side. 1-2-7 now for Karen Nair.
Just a bit of news from Chelmsford. They are off for rain. 7 overs into the Hampshire innings. Hampshire 10 for none after 7 overs. I suspect there are a few Essex fans who are joining us now as a result of that weather at Chelmsford. And Karen Nair is playing a blind here. 127 not out. Northampton now 333 for 9. Only one team has got to 350 against Surrey this season. Northampton threatening to become the second.
Tom Laws, 4 for, looking for his second first-class 5 bag. 1 more delivery. Karen Nair will be looking for a 1 or a 3. And a play and a miss, and he's cranky with himself. We go again. 103 overs now into this epic innings by Northampton. All credit to them. And Jamie Overton removes his cap and his jumper and tries to crank it up again. These two came together and they've added 26 sparky runs. I'm going to take a pew. Adam Collins is going to take over. 3-3-3 for 9.
No, an extremely frustrating mini session for Surrey. Karen Nair has played a succession of lovely shots and some less orthodox ones as well.
Party time. Northants haven't been in this situation really at any stage through the season.
And an opportunity to get 6 balls at the number 11 Jack White, and first ball over, he fends it down to deep third to get Nair back on strike. And I think a few overs ago we were trying to work out what the areas that Nair is comfortable in, and he doesn't really move his base that much. When Surrey hang the ball outside off stump, he doesn't move towards the offside. He's been waiting for Surrey to bowl at him, and as we saw in that last over, Laws dangled a few outside the off stump and Nair lost his shape a little bit. But when Laws went straight, Nair nailed him into the stands, 20 rows back in the Galladari.
Field completely spread for Nair here, and he steers it out towards deep extra cover where they won't take the single that's on offer. So they came back from lunch at 306 for 7. Lost Taylor pretty much straight away, leg before wicket to Overton. Then next ball, Sanderson was bowled by Overton, who was on a hat-trick, chance to finish it off. The hat-trick ball wasn't a bad one to White, the left-hander, but they're through that, and yes, this pair have now taken it to 334. Clips fine for 4. That's not the delivery from Overton. You can see what he's trying to do. He's got his hands on his head. He was looking to slip the Yorker through, but there aren't many areas of the ground that aren't protected at the moment. But very, very fine is good enough for another boundary. 338 for 9.
Yeah, Nair needed to get back on that. That was full and straight from Jamie Overton. And in Overton's defence, really, that's one of the first times we've seen Nair really move across his stumps and be a bit more proactive with his footwork. Before that, he'd really encourage Surrey to bowl at him.
They're playing a blinder. Swings hard over towards deep mid-wicket. There will be an opportunity to take it, and it's taken.
Drops, I think.
And it's put down.
Dropped.
So it was in and out. Patel had it momentarily.
It looked like he had it, but I think it might be one of those when his elbows hit the ground, he might have spilt it.
Just from the body language, I thought he'd snaffled it, but we'll see again here. Better angle. Picking it up in a bit of slow-mo as well. So he got to the contest, and yeah, well called. It was the elbows on the turf that spoiled that. So ends up a dot ball. He's on 131 there. Off the hip, takes the single from the 5th ball of the over. Great batting with the tail. So Northamptonshire 11 away from another batting point. And dare I say it, 61 away from one after that as well.
Yeah, this partnership already worth 32 now.
Yeah. If they can just control the strike here, they'll have sufficient time to go the whole way. Of course, it relies on everything going right, but he is on 132. He was on 107 at lunch.
And we've put so much emphasis on what Surrey need to do to win this game, but I think Northants now are in a position where they'll be really thinking there's enough time for us to take 20 wickets here. 339 runs is a lot to play with.
One ball to get through, and does so fine. It might be even signalled a wide. No, gets away with it. 339 for 9. The strike goes back to Kieran Nair. Looking at the runs for Jack White this season, made a half century against Kent, 59 at Wantage Road. But other than that, a lot of single-digit scores, a lot of not-outs, as you'd expect, being number 11. And made 16 a couple of weeks ago against Lancashire, his second highest score of the season. The Northampton number 11, but he's absorbed 15 balls now, playing his part in a nagging 10th wicket stand. Laws again trying to complete his 5 bag. Hasn't bowled that consistently, I would say, but a bit of rain coming now as well, I'm told. Across the stumps, first ball. Thinks there might be 2 on offer. The sliding stop, they should get back. They will get back. So first ball of the over, a couple more.
Yeah, Nair looking to be a little bit more inventive with his footwork. Is Surrey start every over to him now with 8 men, 9 men even, back on the fence. Deep covers, probably 15, 20 yards in, trying to prevent the 2. There's a lot of grass for Nair to work with.
The one man off the ropes at deep extra cover, still 20 metres in. Swings it over mid-wicket in the direction of the sweeper. Doesn't get much of it. Dom Sibley out there. It was quite unusual seeing 9 men back even in 4-day, 5-day cricket until the last generation, where the extremes of the game have meant that, well, when we're playing the milk to strike game, we'll give you the single everywhere. You rarely see a catcher in position in a situation like this.
It means you get some very eventful dot balls.
Absolutely. Might be another one here. Flat batted down to long on. No singles early in the over. Makes a great sound out the middle of the bat.
Yeah, it's interesting there from Nye. He wants more gestures that his bottom hand might not be in total comfort. He obviously got struck there by Jamie Overton not that long ago, and you almost forget that he got struck there by how well he's batting and how well he's been hitting it.
So Laws has 4. 3 left in the over. Makes room and finds the gap. Oh, that is fabulous batting. I mean, he's had no room to work with, and he's hit it for 6 over backward point.
That is an extraordinary shot.
What a shot.
Absolutely extraordinary.
We'll see here that the room that he made gave Laws the stumps. One hand off the bat in the best traditions of short form cricket to the long boundary and clears the ropes by about 3 metres.
Cannot emphasise that enough. That is to the long boundary. He's rocked back, hit a one-handed 6 over backward point to the long boundary. That's an extraordinary shot.
To think when we were here on commentary together earlier today, when they lost their 7th wicket on 193, we were thinking, well, they might crawl over 200 from here, and they're a long way from getting that batting point at 250. Well, they're 3 away from a third. Having a top day, the visitors. How does Laws respond to that? 2 left in the over. Takes the steer. The men are up with 2 balls left. Gets 4 more. Takes Northants beyond 350. Another batting point for the team that started the week on the bottom of the table. They remain on the bottom of the table at the moment, but they're dreaming of something special. And that dream's alive, staying up in Division 1, courtesy of Kieran Nayat, who's up to 144.
I mean, yesterday Northants frustrated Surrey, but now they're actually taking the game away from them a little bit. 351, second side to pass 350 against Surrey all season.
It's very, very dark, by the way. I think they're going off a bad light. I wouldn't be surprised. It is suddenly gotten darker. So with that batting point in their back pocket, Northants leave the field. Tom Law's now 4 for 100. There have been 12 runs taken from 5 balls in this over. An extended day, in theory at least, due to the rain and bad light yesterday. More of it now. We've been expecting interruptions in a way we might have been lucky to have gotten to 2 o'clock local time at 3:51 for 9. There is so much rain forecast to come. It's a bit of drizzle at the moment. Bad light they're formally off for, but Kieran Nayat, his 16th first class 100, turning it into a big one. Smile coming to his face as he makes his way towards the steps in front of the beds to stand. 144 not out.
Sorry, and just a word for Jack White as well. I think he's played the situation really, really well. If it's been on the stumps, he's looked to play at it. If it's been off the stumps, he's looked to leave it. It's been as simple as that. He's played the situation really well and ably supported Karen Nye, who's now 144 not out. Just his 2nd game for Northants since he's coming in as an overseas player. And what an impact he's making for Northants. 351 for 9, 3 bonus batting points sewn up. As Colo said a couple of minutes ago, who'd have thought that a few hours ago?
So with the players leaving the field with bad light having taken hold, we're now going to go to an interview with Kumar Sangakara, the king of the Kia Oval when he dominated here across 3 seasons. I had the great fortune of catching up with him last week with Jeff Lemon, my colleague on the Final Word Cricket Podcast. Enjoy. It's the Final Word Cricket Podcast with Adam Collins again back in West London where we were earlier this week speaking to Ian Bell. Well, we have another wonderful batsman with us today, but a lot more than that as well. Kumar Sangakara, an all-time great. It's a pleasure to welcome you to the Final Word. And where we find you at the moment, across the road from Lords, which has been something of a home ground to you over recent years as president of the MCC and all you achieved there as a player. It must be nice being in this part of town. Hello.
Hi, Adam, and thank you for having me on. Yeah, it's lovely to be here. I live in Dorset now, so I come into London a lot for work, also to catch up with friends, and of course, a lot of my time is spent with Sky, but once in a while I have to go into Lords and do my bit with MCC as well. Actually, I'm going there immediately after this podcast to do some recordings, especially looking forward to the England versus Sri Lanka tour next year. So it's a place I enjoy. The hotel I'm at, the Danubias, I'm always used to it now. I know the staff very well. So it's lovely to be back here.
It feels like you're one of the former cricketers who've managed it beautifully after playing to have a portfolio of responsibilities, shall we say. High-profile television broadcasters, Sky over here, ICC when there are major events on, coaching in the IPL, back where you played, of course, at the start, over the last couple of years, taking a team to the final in the 2022 edition. The work you do off the field, charitable work, MCC work that we've already touched on. Like, you're a busy boy, but not necessarily doing one thing.
Yeah, I've been quite fortunate. I mean, a lot of the connections I built up through the years, playing-wise, allowed me to transition quite well out of the game into doing different things. The charitable part of things I was part of right throughout my playing career, largely thanks, first of all, to Muttai Muralidharan with his Foundation of Goodness, of which I was a part for nearly 20 years. And then, of course, my wife's initiative back in Sri Lanka, which I was involved in, both of us were involved in at the start. It's called Ayati, which was Sri Lanka's first National Centre of Excellence for Children with Disabilities, which is now up and running, and we have a wonderful board of trustees in Sri Lanka that do an amazing amount of work free of charge for children from all over Sri Lanka. And then, of course, CCC Line, those are the three charities. CCC Foundation and CCC Line is a 24/7 anti-suicide hotline that is run, again, free of charge, anonymous first points of contact for people who are in the critical phase of having, issues in terms of dealing with life in Sri Lanka. So those have been very, very rewarding for me, my wife, and our family from a personal sense, and it's been great to be able to give back. In terms of business, again, it's connections. Idle conversations turning into a restaurant initiative that's going international. That's gone international over the last 10 years, and we're expanding further. In terms of coaching. It is something that I never wanted to really explore because I thought I'd be a terrible coach, and I still think I am. But I got a call from Manoj Badali, the majority owner of Rajasthan Royals, at probably a really interesting time when I was really thinking. I had refused about 4 or 5 offers in terms of being a consultant or a specialist coach for quite a few international teams. When I had this conversation with Manoj, it's really interesting as to where he was looking to take not just Rajasthan Royals, but cricket in general in terms of data analytics, innovation, new exposures for cricketers to try and get them developing a lot quicker, etc. So it was a really interesting conversation that led me to take up that role as director of cricket and then, of course, coach of Rajasthan Royals.
Kumar, I'm interested in the charitable projects you were talking about earlier. What was it that drew you particularly to suicide prevention and crisis management as something that you and Yahali wanted to put your time and energy into?
It was actually through a friend of mine, Jeta Devapura, who actually is in Australia. And he was diagnosed with schizophrenia at a young age, and his struggles inspired him, and his ability to be resilient and really have a successful life allowed him to really, and inspired him to set up the CCC Foundation and CCC Line. And he brought it to Sri Lanka, and we have a huge amount of trained counsellors who give off their time voluntarily. And the telephone number is 1333, and every year we have a bicycle ride through Sri Lanka where we identified suicide hotspots, towns and villages that have a high amount of mental health issues, and we do a 1,333 kilometer bike ride through Sri Lanka. I've taken part a couple of times riding a few stages. We meet people in the towns that we ride through. We have educational conversations. We distribute leaflets, pamphlets. We have a street drama that educates people interactively on mental health issues and how to just talk and how to access help and assistance and support that is needed. And throughout Sri Lanka, with relationship issues, exam pressures, natural disasters in terms of the tsunami, the war, foreign employment for a lot of mothers and families have left a huge vacuums in society, and also really negatively impacted the mental health of so many Sri Lankans. And with the lack of psychologists and psychiatrists and easy access to them in Sri Lanka means that there has to be a lot of private citizens being engaged in initiatives like this. So it was something that we were very much open to being involved in, and it's been an association that's been over 10 years or more now. And also with CCC House, there was a 190-bed halfway house built for children who come to the National Centre for Treatment for Cancer in Sri Lanka, where they could be housed with a carer, with a parent, and they can have a place where they can stay overnight securely, safely, access to play areas and entertainment that takes their mind off the hardships that they're facing. These are all great initiatives by the CCC Foundation that's really helped Sri Lankan society. I think springboarding from there on to Ayati, which I mentioned, was the first national centre of excellence for children with disabilities. It was, again, my wife was involved in a very small TV talk show. They talk about motherhood, pregnancy, and early childhood health. And it came out of that, where this group of really passionate pediatric doctors came and met us and talked about the need to expand the the then National Centre for Children with Disabilities into something that was really helpful, that was larger, that was more efficient, better staffed, better funded, etc. And we had amazing uptake from MAS in Sri Lanka, who were in a similar sort of HEMAS first, HEMAS in Sri Lanka, which is a huge conglomerate, then MAS, which is one of our largest garment manufacturers, so many passionate doctors, and then Rohan Vijayaram, who was a private donor. So we had huge amounts of people involved, and the center is built, it's running, it's doing magnificent work in Sri Lanka. And of course, with Murali's initiative, the Foundation of Goodness, that supports about 400,000 people a year around Sri Lanka. These are all things that, through association, that I became really entrenched in and really passionate about with my wife and family, and I've been very lucky that I've been able to give back.
I'm aware usually what we do in these interviews is go back to the start of your cricketing journey, but I'm interested in the intersection between what you're doing now with charitable work and how that goes almost to your childhood growing up in Kandy in what was clearly a volatile time in Sri Lanka at the start of the Civil War, the Black July violence, the breakouts in 1983, which is where that conflict is said to have formally begun. Your family's involvement as well in sheltering people who've been affected by that crisis at the time, and I guess just an upbringing in a world or in a country that was going through so much internal struggle.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just me or my family. There were so many in Sri Lanka who reached out, helped, embraced our neighbors and friends and people who needed support. It was also a very dark time, a very disappointing and disgraceful time in our history in terms of what happened. And I think even with cricket, when we've started playing at club level and then on to international cricket, there was always a sense of civic duty that was there in the team. And it was never anything that was scripted. There was never a conversation with the media team that was associated with the Sri Lankan Cricket Board, saying, "Oh, this will be good for the team's media profile to go and spend some time with some children here or be involved in this charitable thing." It was very, very natural. It came out organically from every single member that I've known as a cricketer in that national side. I remember there was a time when we had a chat about Man of the Match awards, Man of the individual prize money that you get during games. And in the early 2000s, we started an initiative in the team saying that, well, none of this money gets shared out. It goes into a central account. The players can't touch it, but this is for people who need help in terms of urgent medical procedures, urgent medical support. And anyone would come to us. We had the team manager and the team captain. The account was very transparently maintained, and all the monies that were earned through these individual awards went into that account. And checks were written out when we had people who would come. We'd verify their need and make sure that we had all the supporting documents and that it was a legitimate request, and the monies would be then dispersed to those people in need. Individuals, their own foundations. Murali's one is the most significant. The amount of people that he's helped in Sri Lanka, disregarding ethnicity, caste, religion. Murali is Tamil. And he went through horrendous experiences in 1983. And his family too. But the way that he has looked at Sri Lanka as his country and the people as his own, in the same way that they embraced Murali throughout his cricketing career, has been so inspiring to see. He has done so much good work, not just in the hill countries, not just in the south, not just in the north and the east, but everywhere in Sri Lanka. With, of course, the assistance of Kushil Gunasekar, who was in all that. It's amazing work. So these were all things that I had around me. My parents on one side, who drove it home to us when we were growing up, that the need to help other people and be a part of initiatives that really gave back to society. My wife was very, very passionate about the same endeavors. I was surrounded by these influencers around me. Once that happens, it's a natural progression. Your eyes open, your heart opens, your mind opens, and then you get involved and engaged with a passion. And it's not just about giving some money and stepping aside. It's actually getting your hands dirty and investing time and effort into these endeavors. And I always look at people who have spent a lifetime giving back as some of the most inspiring, most special people out there that are actually making a difference. And cricket, at the end of the day, is a game. You're not saving lives out there. It's escapism. You give joy. You sometimes make people forget their troubles. It's a rallying point in terms of Sri Lanka for unity. At times when we needed it the most, escapism when Sri Lanka needed it the most. But being a Sri Lankan, it always came with that caveat that this is not just about you. It's about all the people who watch, support, love you. So you have a responsibility that if you are gaining something and advantaging from your career as a cricketer, it is because, of course, your talent is there, your ability is there, your hard work, sacrifice, all of that comes unsaid. But there is also that component of the public, that support, that come watch, that cheer, that ride the highs and lows with you. So you have to give back when they need something. So this was something that is amazing about Sri Lanka cricket, and I know that it still continues. I can call up the team at any time for any initiative, and they'll be some of the first to contribute, financially or time-wise or effort-wise. So it was a wonderful atmosphere and environment to be in when it came to these charitable initiatives.
You mentioned learning that from your parents, seeing that example, and I guess the other things that you get from your parents and from your family is it seems like it's a very education-focused household. It's a very cultural household. You're singing in the choir, you're playing the violin. I don't know if this is true, but I read that your favourite subjects were English literature and classical studies, like Greek and Roman mythology, that sort of thing. So I'm interested in that, the storytelling of writing and of ancient, the ancient mythology. It's all about stories. And then when you get into sport, when you start playing a sport, you know, we're the people who write about sport and talk about it, and we turn athletes into these heroic characters. We sort of put them at the middle of the myth. I wonder if that's something that occurred to you at any point, that you were starting to become somebody that people were telling stories about and writing stories about after having been reading the stories yourself.
It's interesting when you put it that way. Yes, unfortunately I did sing in the choir, and my friends haven't let me forget it even now. I did play the violin. My father forced me to till I was about 16, and I think the experience has still scarred me and left some deep scars in terms of having to practice on weekends, etc., apart just from my sport. But yeah, it was something that you know, we were really pushed to do from both our parents. Read was one thing. My father would throw me a book on a Monday and say, "Well, I'm asking you questions on Friday." And he tried to give me lessons in history and even Latin at one time on a Tuesday and a Thursday, and it was like, you know, I would resist as much as I could, because as a kid you just wanted time off to just go play and not be forced to read all these books. But it became a habit that I really fell in love with, and you're right, I just studied English literature and Greek and Roman civilization for my A-levels in school. And it's strange because my daughter now, her favorite subject is classics at school. So it's really interesting to see that. Of course, the reading habit, luckily for my kids, is still there, but I think children learn very differently now to how I learned before, and they're very much into self-learning, a lot into critical thinking as well, which is wonderful to see. In terms of storytelling, it's a strange paradox in Sri Lanka. We have all these historical stories of our kings, of our monarchy, of legends and myths, the 10 great giant generals. You know, these are stories that I grew up on, of our ancient kings. But when it comes to life as a cricketer, yes, you do get people writing about things that are salient and relevant and actual. But in Sri Lanka, I think, having gone through life as we have as a society, and being islanders, and the experiences we've had has really tempered our kind of superstardom, mythical kind of attributing all of those characteristics to a cricketer. They do understand that cricket takes effort, and there is athleticism and talent and amazing ability there, and you can have cricketers that become part of the history books in terms of making their mark, but it's always tempered with real pragmatism and realism, where you're an islander, you're a Sri Lankan, you don't have to get too big for your boots. You know, it's a very interesting kind of life in terms of a cricketer there, or anyone else. Yes, you are respected, you're loved, they're smiled, but they also love to treat you just as a normal person, which is exactly what you need. So I think I was very, very fortunate growing up in Sri Lanka, because there was never a stage where you were never elevated to, you know, or deified or elevated to be a demigod or anything other than a cricketer who did amazing things, who people loved or hated depending on how you performed. But in Sri Lanka, hate is for cricket has never been that. People get disappointed, but they're always back supporting. But it was always a case of feet on the ground, head on your shoulders, do well for the country. But there was nothing mythical or heroic about it.
that grounding you're referring to. You touched on your dad before, and him being a pretty tough taskmaster. He's always given really funny quotes almost to the media about you. I think it's reasonable to conclude that he's never been satisfied or quite satisfied with your output, despite being one of the most prolific batsmen to ever play the game. I'm just interested in that dynamic about, I suppose it's quite relatable, isn't it, having people in your life who just always are willing, you want to do more and more and more, and how that informs the way you now parent, and whether you sort of draw lessons from that, or whether you sort of shy away from that approach, or how you see it all moulding in together.
It's interesting because it was never about the volume of runs. It was always about, as the fire alarm goes off, I think there's a test. Okay. It was always about the way I played.
Right.
The technique with which I batted. So there were days when I'd score 100 and he'd come and tell me, that was absolutely awful batting, technically terrible. There were other days when I'd score 15 or 20 runs and he'd say, that was the best I've seen you bat. So it was never the century or the volume of runs or the fame or anything. It was just, he was very technically driven. He had the Alexandra technique, I think one of the first books on biomechanics that came out, that he then took a lot of lessons from to formulate his coaching theories into cricket, how the muscles should move and how your body should stabilize and accelerate, etc. So it was really innovative thinking, and tactically also in terms of batting, how to build an innings, how to accelerate, how to take the opposition bowlers on. His mind was very, very tactically astute. So those were the kinds of conversations. He never really cared if they got 10,000 runs or as part of the history books or anything like that. To him, he had his own parameters of measurement. And as a parent now, for me, it's interesting because I take a step back. My children play hockey, both of them, and then they swim. And then they do athletics. And I'm not allowed to critique them on anything or talk about any of them from a coaching perspective, because I got to my children, you played cricket only. We don't play cricket, so you don't know anything about the other sports. So just keep out. You can come and watch, but don't talk to us about all of this. We have our own coaches, so I kind of sit back. But I do insist upon certain things. If they're doing something, they have to learn about it and be detailed about it, so that they actually can develop a passion for it. It's no use trying something once and coming saying, that's hard, I don't want to do it. The more depth you get at it, actually the better you become at it, and that in itself can engender passion and love for what you do. Sometimes the difficulty is because you just don't want to try it again, and you think, I won't love it, rather than giving it a really a good go, and then of course making an informed decision rather than just the initial kind of impression that you get of something. I remember watching this documentary called Ramen Heads about this ramen chef in Japan. I was on a plane going somewhere and I just switched it on, and it was incredible, the passion and the detail they go in to make this broth, and how they watch it and how they develop it. Years and years of training and focus and learning for something that looks so simple, but it's so complex. So that's the kind of, I think, the attitude that I take, and I kind of try and talk to my children about, and I get shut down quite often. But it is, I think, necessary in life to go delve deep into things that you're interested in and you have a passion for and a love for, but at the same time, delving deeper into something can also inspire passion and love and dedication and effort in you.
You debuted at 22 years old, young fellow into that team at home in Gaul in 2000, and then soon after that you were in South Africa. You're keeping wicket at first, but by the time you get to South Africa you're not. I'm interested in this innings at Centurion. You don't have the gloves, you're opening the batting after being made to follow on, and you nearly carry the bat. You're the last out, you made 98 and you're a couple of runs away from avoiding avoiding an innings defeat and making South Africa bat again. Was that Was that a tough one to swallow, or was that something you were able to be pretty zen about in terms of getting so close to a few significant achievements and not quite ticking off any of them?
Yeah, it's a strange one. Looking back now, looking back a few years later, I was absolutely gutted when I realized the significance of that moment in terms of a first 100 away in South Africa against a really, really strong South African side and pace attack. The context of the game, and perhaps what it might have done in terms of accelerating my development if I had really looked at it in that way. At that time, my second tour, my first tour away from home, and being a young kid, not really understanding what international cricket was about. It's always about just cementing your place, score the runs, make sure that you have security in the side. And I just come in and replaced Ramesh Kalvitarna. I think he was also on that tour to start with. And it was not easy because there were protests on the road when I replaced Ramesh Kalvitarna, saying who's this young upstart replacing this legend, and it's completely undeserved. And I used to agree with that sentiment because I felt that I didn't deserve that opportunity. I don't think I had even scored a first class 100. So someone saw that I had some talent and decided to get me into this international side after a couple of years playing A-team cricket. And then I remember the most disappointing was that the ball pitched about 1.5 foot outside leg stump, and Peter Willey just raised a finger, probably because it was the last wicket and probably there was an early flight to catch. And it was Makaya Intini bowling at me, I still remember. And it would have been amazing to have scored my first 100 away from home, 98. The rest of it at that time was strange. Later on, it was all about doing your best for the side, at everything whatever the side needed. And it's strange. Initially, it's not selfishness. It's just sometimes that lack of security, that fear you have, what will happen if I don't score the runs, that kind of focuses you on just scoring runs. And sometimes just for yourself until you get into the stage where you're like, okay, now I've really got some runs behind me, and you're able to free your mind and understand what your actual role is. And it takes a bit of time to develop in a young kid, I think, always. And the environment in our dressing rooms are very different when I started to what it ended up in when I was playing. We were a lot more open and welcoming later on, and very attuned to this the psychological and mental needs of players to have that security and comfort, irrespective of whether they failed or succeeded. So it was a very different time.
With some guests on the show, we can go into great detail about all of their major achievements, but there's kind of no point just trying to do that with you because there are so many high marks. But I'm just interested in when you get on a roll there, you make your first international 100 against India, and from there, you really do start churning them out. The 230 against Pakistan in the Asian Test Championship final. Sounds like a pretty cool competition, right? That would never exist in days like today, a generation on or so. But that's the first of 11 Test double hundreds for you. Only Bradman with 12 made more. Some international cricketers never reach 200. They make loads of centuries but never make doubles. What do you think it is about your skill set combined with your personality that enabled you to reset after reaching three figures and push ahead and make it really count and go on to make 200 so often? What was it? What made you different on that front, do you think?
I really don't know. I haven't actually thought about it in that sense. I had my own personal targets. Initially, I used to think 20 international hundreds. You need to make at least 20 international test hundreds to be counted as good. And once you get to that, you see others pushing, you go, all right, forget 20, let's get to 30, then let's get to 40. That's how you kind of keep moving that benchmark, where consistency is never static in my mind. It's always upwardly mobile. So you have to keep getting better to be consistent, to be at the same level, because others are pushing and moving ahead, and you got to stay ahead. I was pretty obsessive with my training, pretty detailed in how I trained with my batting.
As in just hours in the nets? Was it time you spent, or was it technical stuff?
technical stuff mostly. I spent a lot of time in the nets when I had to. If I didn't, I wouldn't. If I needed 10 minutes, I'd take 10 minutes. If I needed 3 hours, I'll take 3 hours. Okay. So I was pretty detailed about. I changed. I throughout my career, I changed my grip. I've changed my stance. I've changed the width of my feet. I've changed my back lift. I've changed my initial movement. I've changed every single thing possibly that I could. Of course, I used to think when I could change it, because I know something could go wrong. So I would change knowing where I started from so I could come back to it. There was a reason why. I would always say, why am I changing this? What is it going to do? Is it going to give a little bit more time? Is it going to keep my head still? Is it going to get me into better positions? Is it going to give me more power? What is it that I'm doing with this? And if I could answer it really logically, and then I try it out in the nets and I go, oh, it's working, all right, then I would just train that into my muscle memory. So and that's the time I would spend a lot of time in the nets, just grooving something new.
Right.
And practice would always be challenging. It does never throw me a half volley, but test me out. Tom Moody, Trevor Penny, we had Trevor Bayliss, all of these coaches coming in, and all of them are about, you've got to be challenged. Got to work hard, you gotta get into that mental state of being able to deliver consistent. It was amazing working with these with these coaches. And then I had my Sunil Fernando, who was my junior coach, I would go back to throughout my international career for a couple of hours on a weekend when I was in Kandy, and he'd run through my basics all over again. So I had this really good advanced coaching and this rechecking and of my initial technique from two different perspectives, and I thought that was really important to me. In terms of resetting after reaching the 3 figures, it's basically a very simple system of doing it. I get to 100. After that, I just don't look at a scoreboard. I just keep batting, and probably if I bat half an hour, I might take a glance at the scoreboard to understand where I am. And if I'm close to 150, I would then think, all right, I'm going to accelerate here, and then pick a couple of bowlers, accelerate, and then just keep batting again without looking at the scoreboard, look up again, understand where I am, and then make a decision. I'm going to accelerate, or I have to absorb pressure here. What does the side need? All of these things would play into that decision. But for some reason, I always found the initial 100, get into that 3 figures first, the more difficult thing than getting from 100 to a 200.
Right.
And the second part was almost like an automatic pilot. And I just had a method that worked, and I didn't try to question it too much or alter it too much. I just worked on technique, and I knew that if I got to 100, making that second 100 was a process that I was very comfortable with.
There must be a point when you're, say, putting a partnership together of 624 with Mahela Jawadna, which is still the record. I mean, you've got a couple in the top 5 biggest partnerships ever. There must be a point where you're just sort of in a trance. You're not even really there anymore. You have become batting, and the person has almost ceased to exist.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I remember that we were 14 for 2. Dale Steyn bowled me off a no ball. And Mahela joined me, and then we just started batting. We got through that first evening, came back the next day and just batted. And I remember for a session and a half, we were talking very much cricket-oriented things out in the middle, talking about what are they trying to do, what do we have. And as the partnership progressed, after about the second session together, we were, I think, on automatic pilot. It was just about talking everything other than cricket after that, till we finished the partnership, till I nicked behind, I think, of Andrew Hall. But we did have, chats in the middle about what are they trying to do, or how are we going to hit a boundary here, or what are we going to do. And then I think once we came close to that 500 mark, and we were thinking about the biggest partnership at that time, the world record, which was Roshan Mahanam and Sana Jayasuriya, we were like, oh my God, we're really close to something here. And then going past it was amazing. And I think that was probably the only time that, like, 50, 60 runs in between those two, before that mark, and then getting beyond it was probably the only time we actually took stock of where we were. And the rest of the time was just bat and bat.
enough time to develop the entire business plan for Ministry of Crowd. I mean, you and Mahalo eventually go into that successful business together, but no, that relationship, you know, the other day when we were talking to Ian Bell, we spoke of someone being forever linked to one shot, in his case the cover drive. It's to be ever linked with one other player, Mahalo, and you'll always be discussed in the same, like almost like a couplet, right? Owing to the time you played together, the big partnerships, the leadership axis that you form when you're his vice captain, and then when you're taking over as captain in 2009 and beyond. Just talk us through a relationship like that when it's a bond that extends to in the middle, off the field, and how it will, in all probability, endure to your two old men.
Yeah, it's strange. We're quite different. He's very, very detailed. He's very organized. I'm detailed, but I'm not in an organized way. If you like take cricket coffins and you compare it, that's probably mine was in complete disarray all the time. Everything just strewn around. I knew where everything was, but it was not. You know, this glove goes here, this one goes there. Yes. Mahala's was the opposite. There were a few in our dressing room. It was very, very neat, very organized. Everything had its place, all of that. But we were very similar in the way we thought about cricket. We thought about the evolution of the game in Sri Lanka, what it meant. We didn't agree on everything. We actually disagreed a lot, and you'd have these massive arguments. But that really helped us really kind of sound ideas off each other and have a debate, a really robust, really strong debate, arguments, but then come to a decision where we understand that it's the right decision and why that is. And then being able to support him as vice captain in terms of managing things that he didn't need to be bothered with in the team. You know, when you have a leadership group, if you take England right now in terms of Josh Buttler, captain of the white ball team, Stokes, and here Moeen Ali, Joe Root, who disseminate that philosophy through the team and get everyone aligned as to what's happening, because a captain can't be the only person driving that through the entire squad. And that's what we had in terms of understanding, okay, this is what needed to happen with the rest of the team to ensure that Mahalo as captain had the freedom to go and the time to go and do what he really needed to do. And we looked at a lot of things in a very similar way, and we were of a similar age. And I think when I got into the side, he had already played 3 years almost of international cricket as vice captain. And he was one of the few of where I was a peer. You know, I was a similar age and had played against him at age group. So we kind of always hung out together, spoke to Tilan Samaravira was there and a couple of others of the age. So it was always this kind of age, the group that had similar in age. And that kind of started off the whole friendship part of it, and then it just carried on through cricket and then beyond into our ventures. It's not that we spend a significant amount talking about stuff or having dinners, you know, with our respective families together or anything of the sort. It's just a relationship that's continued. We actually are quite that you'd be quite surprised to know how differently sometimes we might approach the same thing with the same intent and come up with the same kind of idea as a solution or a progression to that idea, but we approach it in quite different ways.
Are you kind of like, do you talk like, are you on WhatsApp with each other every other day, or is it kind of that relationship where you're mates and always will have that bond, but it can go a few months without having to chat to each other?
Absolutely. We don't really talk much at all in that sense at all. We have weekly meetings with our group of people that we're involved in our ventures with. So that's the most regular thing. And once in a while, there's a hello, what's happening, and sharing something that's really important or significant. Other than that, there's no idle chit chat that happens every day.
Okay.
There's one other moment in that relationship that I remember very vividly. Like, so much of your cricket story is related to World Cups. There's you and Adam Gilchrist in 2003 with the you take the catch when he walks off. There's the run of finals. You know, you lose the final in 2007. You lose the T20 World Cup in 2009, and then 2012. There's the 2011 World Cup, and then you have that moment in 2014, that T20 World Cup final, where you and Mahalo are batting together in the chase. You've held India, you run down the target, and you get to walk off together. after having lost 4 finals, you've nailed one late in the piece when you might not have expected that to happen. Can you tell me about that? I guess that span, that experience from frustration and disappointment, and then whether it was a weight lifting or how it felt at the time to have finally got there after so many.
Yeah, it is really frustrating, massively frustrating that we weren't winning. We were getting to the finals. We were playing the best cricket, as a side that we ever could, and still falling short. Why was it? Was it that we were afraid to admit that this was a World Cup? Were we trying to ignore it? We were going through all these things. But the hardest thing after losing a final, it's not like you've lost a semi-final or you've been knocked out in the early round. That's much easier to digest than losing in the finals, because you're just one step away. And then it's a whole 4-year cycle of getting ready and trying to put yourself in that position again. And you do it, and you again have to go through the same grind. So the real tough point is to get back, on the horse and get back to the grind of churning out 4 years of side building, of performance building, and just, kind of getting ready for the next opportunity. I think in 2014, it was going to be our last T20 World Cup before the 2015 50 over one. And we're pretty pragmatic. We're thinking, well, Sri Lanka's made so many T20 finals just because we was so obsessive about detail and tactics and strategy, rather because we didn't have the power. We had X factor, we had skill, and we had to really know how to use that skill as well as we could, because that was a key part. In 2014, I had a terrible tournament most of the time, except for the maybe except for the final, I think. And I'd already gone to the coach and the captain, and the coach. And told him, actually, you should really consider dropping me now, because we want to win this tournament, and I'm not really helping the side by not scoring runs. And I left the decision with them, and they decided that I should be playing. And that we had a remarkable performance. I think one of the times I thought we were going to really. Of course, you go there with the intention of winning, and you want to, but there is something that happens along the way that tips your belief, and that was Rangana Herath. In that match against New Zealand, they were defending 119, do-or-die effort, and we win by 57 runs, I think, which is incredible considering the side New Zealand had at that time. And that kind of tipped the scales in terms of thinking, well, hold on, this is something that we are definitely going to win. And then it progressed from there, and in that final, to be able to score a half century after not doing much at all with the bat throughout the tournament was extremely satisfying, because those are the moments that you really want to step up and deliver, big moments, and you want to take that trophy home. And I remember coming to Sri Lanka, and people had lined up, forget the weather, forget rain, heat, humidity, from the airport all the way to Golf Face Green in Sri Lanka. It's something that I've never ever experienced. It was absolutely incredible, the amount of joy we managed to give back in terms of the people of Sri Lanka, and they were dancing in the streets at this open bus that we went on. It was an incredible feeling and very satisfying, like you said, about getting over the line finally.